One. One. Yeah, half. Yeah, you're probably right. You're conservative. One. Levels. I'm being interviewed down in the middle right now. I hope I sound okay and you don't have to hold the mic way too close. One. Slight delay still, just from the transceiver, I think.
Your voice is going through as well.
Brisbane to me is just about trying something new.
You've got world-class restaurants, super delicious, lots of flavours.
Everywhere you go, there's great nightlife. It's laid back, and we're just hanging out in the sunshine.
Just walking around and having so much nature is insane to me.
Beautiful sky, beautiful weather. So much to do. You'll just never be bored.
I think Brisbane's for
Anybody.
Yeah, whoever.
It's lively, it's fun.
Brisbane definitely favours the bold.
100%.
Yeah.
Brisbane to me is just about trying something new.
You've got world-class.
Brisbane to me is just
The bloke in New South Wales shirt on back towards us. Cool. That was on
as they do with quite a lot of races at times, a lot of female races. I supposed to have 3 heats with the Kieran this morning, and a couple of people were pulled out. As they had all gone over to sit down, came along and said, "Oh, we're going to change the heats around a little bit." And they're like, "Oh, okay, so we're going to move this around." Oh no, they put them into a head 6 or a head 7, and then said, "Right, so some two will go through straight to the second round, the rest of the rep stuff." Okay, cool. They stood up, they were walking up the steps and said, "Oh no, change their mind. Top 3 go to the final and the next 3, and there's no rep stuff." Became forced by that much.
Yeah, no, that's the top. You got 2 heats. You lose the rest.
But the reason we're here is to get them to race. I understand that, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like these kids that are, like, we can't race the Kieran in South Australia.
Yeah.
We don't have enough kids.
Oh, you don't have enough.
But, like, so there's three girls. So there's under 17s and then there's...
Yeah, that's the point. Well, the last Kieran's David Road was December. And the one before that.
So it just becomes, you know, like, I get it, but I like to believe that road nats in first year under 17. The girls were on tour. That went back and forth. The accidents that had to slow down. Anyway, they come back at 2 laps to go on the week run the bell. 1 lap. Just wait, 2 laps to go. No, you're going too slow.
Yeah, no, with it. Yeah, no, with it. And the reason is they make the decision that they're not racing, not sure they're racing.
So they said you were going slower than the under 15 girls. And when you look at the timing of everything, they were not going slower than the under 15 girls. Like, come on, it's like, let us race within a race.
Yeah.
Like, anyway.
Yeah,
it's good about that at one point. It happens when commentators do their job and whatever, but...
Yeah. And sometimes you're making decisions on, you know, shit, we don't want one race you might be dawdling or might be slow for whatever reason, to then get caught up by another race and you've got 2 races finished at the same time, and that's worse. Sometimes, you know, like we had to stop Nationals, Masters Nationals, we had to stop an entire bunch because it was a 1-lane bridge downhill in both directions, and 1 lap on coming at the back in the Pajero, 1 lane, and I'm watching the group coming towards me and we're waiting for the Toms on the bridge to call it, and I'm doing 85 k's an hour coming off the bridge, hopped off, actually jumped the edge of the bridge onto the thing so the riders could go the other direction, and there were some choice words I had to deal about, you guys do your legs and then next time around they stopped the group, totally stopped, and the bunch, they stopped the brake road and they stopped the bunch. I turn up and they go, okay, well, what's the difference between the bunch and the brake road? Oh, we didn't measure it. So I've now got 5 riders who've gone hard to get away, and they didn't need to stop anyway because the other bunch was miles away. And so we ended up dodging it. But you've got to make decisions on the fly. So.
Yeah, but it's still
it is.
When you think you've got the thing of that.
Yeah.
No, they all would have been fine if they hadn't told them half an hour before the race.
Yeah, so they have to make the preparation.
Not as they're going on.
Yeah.
Hello. We are.
Do you have your favourite spot?
I got my spot.
I think we have it.
I think you're on. You're over there. You're in.
No, I said I was on 3.
Yeah, turn 3.
On turn 3.
you don't. But it'd be really good to have gas. I wonder if we're going to do that actually.
That was up here on the steps weirdly to start
No,
with, and they adjusted
but
it.
that's so much better then. That's so much better. I might see if I can walk
There'd be no reason not to change it because this wasn't like this. There's a whole lot of people.
Is there a headset down there?
I think we've got
for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday. for the good times. Forget
Brisbane to me is
for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday, holiday. Celebrate.
Western Australia, Wednesday, also from Western Australia, and New Zealand will be our first team out on the track to set
of the AusCycling Track National Championships. You can see the first race coming up onto the track. It's the Elite Men's Team Sprint qualifying. And we start with a composite team of Finn Carpenter, Trent Rensburg, and the New Zealander Flynn Underwood. He's the man in third position, the multicoloured outfit. I'm Scott McGrory, joined by 2007 World Points Race Champion, and also Commonwealth Games Points Race Champ as well, Kate Bates. Kate, you said you went out to the Criterium Circuit up here in Brisbane, chuck a couple of laps this afternoon.
I did. I chucked a few laps around Meares. Beautiful ride. Didn't get to the speeds these riders will. We've got 7 teams in the team sprint. So the first is our composite team. We've got a long and storied history in this event at international level.
Well, really happy to see 7 teams as well as Finn Carpenter gets them up and going, and you can see how quick he is. National selection is certainly always on the cards in these sorts of events. So 18.399, the opening lap for Finn Carpenter, trying to prove a point to the selectors and the coaching staff of Australia that he's quick enough perhaps to be considered. Trent Rensburg will come through to finish things off for his second lap, and now it's Flynn Underwood trying to come through. So 33 was the 500 metre time, and the time to beat will be posted in just a moment as Flynn Underwood gets to the line. So 47.125 to kick things off here on Sunday. The Meares Velodrome in Brisbane, been a spectacular and wonderful location for the championships. 6 days of competition. We're also going to see, as we did last night, the under-17s and also under-15s tonight will be on the program as they start their national championships. That goes for another couple of days as the elites and the under-19s wrap up here tonight.
Oh, I love seeing the juniors out on track. So the championship record for this event is the South Australian team of Maxwell Liebschnitt, Matthew Glaetzer and Lee Hoffman, 42.695. Now, Matthew Glaetzer has retired, but South Australia will have a very strong team. We'll see them later. And the gold medal was won last year by South Australia in 43.699. So that's the kind of time we can look for any team that might be looking to progress into the gold medal round.
The Australian Capital Territory in the home straight, odd number of teams, so the composite team run on their own. Now it's the ACT versus Victoria B, Victoria 2 teams. The ACT, we see Ryan Courtney, Alex Schaefer and Max Sudholz. Victorians in the next round, David Gorokhan, Daniel Cowan and Ruben Smith.
Each rider does 1 lap and then there is a zone they must move up the track and the other rider come underneath. They have to time it perfectly. We've had a few false starts this week. Riders 2 or 3.
Laurent is absolutely flying though. So 35.378, new best time for the New Caledonian. And he's really motored around 0.5 of a second quicker almost than Fletcher Mason, the Tasmanian. So lots of training on an outdoor velodrome does not affect Colin Laurent at all. Super quick time from him.
And we've had some, over the years, some pretty incredible athletes from New Caledonia. You might think, oh, what a strange sport to see in cycling. Well, at Olympic level, they race under France, under the French flag, and at World Championship level. But they've had some really incredible, you know, at one period, New Caledonian riders made up most of the French national team in the sprint. So they've got a long and storied history. So the fastest time, 35.378, currently by Colin Laurent from New Caledonia. Neem Shah in the front straight for Western Australia. Will Astridge in the back for ACT.
There's Will. Karen O'Callaghan, once again, casting an eagle eye over the proceedings here. Fantastic race official over so many years. Neem Shah, front straight. Will Astridge in the back straight. Western Australia versus ACT. And Neem Shah hugging the black line, bottom of the track. You can see really balanced on the bike, but it is Will Astridge, slightly quicker than him. We'll get the first lap split here, and it's Shah that goes through, slightly quicker, very tight between them, but both a long way down on that time from Colin Laurent.
And they've got to fight all the way to that final 500 metres. Furious pedalling.
Astridge will get there first.
36.347 for Will Astridge. And a 37.117 for Neem Shah.
So 5th and 8th fastest. Laurent still leads the way. Our international competitor. Lachlan Morgan from Western Australia will be the next in the home straight. Western Australian in the back straight is Cooper Farr.
And we do get very accustomed to seeing the aero wheels, the disc wheels, but also the aero bars and the very fast bike setups. So it is kind of refreshing when you're watching the juniors, because it's a little bit more accessible to imagine that it could be you out there doing it. And we're looking at Lachlan Morgan from Western Australia. In the back straight, Cooper Farr from New South Wales.
Seventh heat underway. Lachlan Morgan versus Cooper Farr on the track against each other, but they're of course trying to post the best time they can against everybody that's coming out here tonight. So that was super quick there from Cooper Farr. Indication after one lap for him, and he's a little bit off the overall pace. 12th and 13th quickest between these. Half a lap to go now. Cooper Farr in front of Lachlan Morgan. Up to the finish line for Cooper, and it's the 8th quickest time, 12th for Lachlan.
And a reminder that the timing, what you're seeing, and the number, it's their overall. So the plus 164 from in the red means slower. That is from the fastest rider in the competition, not from each other. So depending on how your maths is, you can then extrapolate out how far apart they are from each other based on those numbers. But Morgan was in 12th in that one. Cooper Farr finishing in 8th. Morgan riding a 37.911.
So you can see the standings on the right side of the screen there. Laurent from New Caledonia still leads the way, 35.378. 8th heat now, Seth Harrison, South Australia in the home straight. Back straight is Sid Nantera from Tasmania. The final nervous 20 seconds for these riders on the big stage for the first time, many of them. Under 17s racing in the Open Championships here. The elites under 19s have been racing each evening. And just this Saturday and Sunday, we've brought in some of the 17s and 15s. Special moment for them.
Seth Harrison from South Australia. Underway. He's got some aero bars on his bike, so he's going to settle into an aero position.
We'll see him on the left-hand side of the screen. Back straight. There he goes. Slips into the aero position. Let's see if it helps him. 35.378, time to beat. He's gone through with the 5th fastest time, but now he's in that aero tuck. Small gear, so high cadence. Really hard to be in that aero tuck with such a high cadence, though, as he comes around the final bend. Nantera in the back straight. And he brought it right back to second quickest. So that aero advantage really did help him in that second lap of the 500-metre time trial. Seth Harrison is the fastest Australian now, with Laurent from New Caledonia the quickest time. And a 35.513 is the fastest we've seen from the Aussies.
And 36.603 for Sid Nantera from Tasmania. That puts him into 7th at the moment. Luca Schmidtke is the rider about to line up, but that's Sid Nantera finishing it off in the back straight. Luca Schmidtke popping his bike into beautiful Argon it is too, into the start gate. His older sister Ava has become quite well known on these boards.
Move on to heat number 9 now.
Theoretically, the way these start lists are put together, we should start to see the times coming down and some faster, but the rankings in the under 17s aren't compiled quite as accurately as some of the other divisions, just simply because of the way they race and the conditions in which they race. Jackson McDonald from the ACT is our rider in the back straight.
Some aero equipment, as we saw in the previous race, the aero bars, both Schmidtke and McDonald with aero helmets this time. Heat number 9 gets underway. Lucas Schmidtke from South Australia against Jackson McDonald from the Australian Capital Territory.
And Schmidtke out to a rapid start.
Slightly in front, 0.5 of a second down on that best time from Colleen Laurent. We saw how well Seth Harrison from South Australia brought it back in that second lap. We'll see exactly what Harrison can do, Schmidtke can do this time. Coming around to get to the finish now. 35.378 is the time to beat, and it's 3rd quickest. So 35.830, 7th fastest for Schmidtke with a 36.19.
And Jackson McDonald really came home. He was in 2nd spot, even in this pairing, after the first lap, but really brought it home.
First of our Queenslanders coming up onto the track, on his home track here. Brian McDonald, McDonnell, and Odin Dean from Victoria in the back straight.
Victoria, this is Odin Dean.
So Jackson McDonald, 3rd fastest time for him, the South Australian.
Very distinctive orange bike. Quite a nice bike there for the Queenslander Bryn McDonnell.
Planet X is that particular model, that bike.
We see a lot of the same bikes in the under-19s and elite. They become a little bit more pro forma across those categories. But in the juniors, we see some really spunky paint jobs and builds.
20 seconds to the start. This is heat number 10. Men's under 17 500 metre time trial. Brian McDonnell and Odin Dean in the back straight, the Victorian versus the Queenslander in the front straight.
33 riders in this competition tonight.
Huge field.
Big cheer for Bryn McDonnell, the Queenslander, as he rockets out of the gate. His family's in the front straight.
And Dean it was with the quicker start and right on target. And the first half lap split, is he able to do that as he goes through the first lap? He has gone to number 1. And McDonnell is also in third fastest. So really quick riders these. See if Dean can hold on. He's dropped down and McDonnell's gone the other way. So it's a real seesaw battle between these two. And it is a new best time, 34.906. The first rider to go under 35, Bryn McDonnell.
Dean goes 35.996.
So that was interesting. Dean, super quick for the first half lap and wasn't able to hold on to it. Bryn, on the other hand, slightly slower and rocketed home.
I mean, that was a 19.829 first lap standing. That's pretty sensational for an under 17 rider. But that was a very good example of how quickly fortunes can change from lap to lap. Bryn McDonnell, not as fast out of the gate, but goodness golly, didn't he come home like a rocket? A full second.
Mentioned earlier, national record, Cameron Scott back in 2014 at the Sydney Velodrome, the old Olympic Velodrome, 32.998. Kate, the old track next door here, outdoor track. I had the under 17 national record back in the day. I'll let you know when it gets beaten here tonight. I'm still holding on to it at the moment. But that time of Cam Scott, 32.9.
That's incredible. I mean, Cam Scott's an incredible athlete, but even still.
So Jacob McLaughlin up against Archie Martin. Plenty of support here. Mums and dads cheering from the sidelines as well. Excited to see their kids up on the big stage at the AusCycling Track National Championships. McLaughlin, fourth fastest first half lap for him. Can he bring it home? Fifth, so a little bit slower at the end of the first lap for McLaughlin. Martin with a bit of work to do as well. Half a lap to go for both of these riders. Happens so quickly here, 2 laps of the track in 34, 35 seconds. And what's a flash as they come up towards the finish. And McLaughlin into 6th, Martin into 11th. Under 36 seconds, though, for McLaughlin, 35.923.
And a 36.325 for Archie Martin. He'll slot into 11th position.
Well, we are halfway through. That was heat 11. Heat 12 coming up onto the track now. 17 in total. Still plenty of riders to come. South Australian. So that's Tyler Cuniff and Oliver Jordan from Queensland getting on his machine here in the front straight. Nice paint job. I don't mind the flash of blue on the white. Went through a phase there where all bikes appeared to be black. You had
yes.
Any choice you wanted as long as it was black. So good to see the white coming back.
Gloss black, matte black, maybe glitter black if you got really lucky and creative. So Oliver Jordan from Queensland and Tyler Cuniff from South Australia. That's who we're looking at now. He's in the back straight.
Time to beat 34.906. McDonnell from Queensland in the hot seat for now. Jordan versus Cuniff. Looking at the style of these youngsters as they go out of the start gate And Oliver Jordan, a little bit of work to do because it's Tyler that was slightly quicker. 4th fastest first half lap split for him.
Well, Jordan looks like a pursuiter if ever I've seen one. Cunniff, gee, he went out like a rocket and he's just getting faster too, using those aero bars beautifully. Look at that pedaling rate.
Oh, up into the bronze medal position. 3rd fastest time for Tyler Cunniff from South Australia. Well, silver medal actually, because Colleen Laurent is from New Caledonia. So in terms of the championship, I can still get the medal, just can't get the jersey. So 3rd quickest time. Onto the podium for now, the young South Australian. But still 10 riders to come.
And up next on track in the front straight, a young man by the name of Cruz Kemps. Bit of a famous surname for anybody who kept track in the early to mid 2000s. Aaron Kempy's father was one of the best scratch race riders I've ever seen. Great kilometre rider as well. Part of the national team.
Yep, Mum Holly and Dad Aaron came over to say good day before the racing got underway from Bundaberg in Queensland, and Joseph Natoli from Victoria in the back straight. Oh no, no one in the back straight. So Natoli has a non-starter, unfortunately.
So Cruz Kemp's on his own. They also have 3 girls, Tilly, Imi and Harvey. They'll be trouble when they get out on the boards. Tills is also racing this week.
So Cruz Kemp's all on his own. Down from Bundaberg, north of Brisbane, and good start style. If we critique that style, it was fantastic for the youngster from Bundaberg. Winding the gear out as much as he possibly can. Let's get an indication, the end of the first lap. And it's 4th fastest, so a good start from Cruz. Cruising around the Meares Velodrome, half a lap to go for him. Absolutely spun out on those tiny gears that they are restricted to ride. And as he comes up to the line, 3rd quickest. So he gets himself into a podium position for now, Cruz Kemps. Good ride from him, 35.484.
He really got on top of the gear and just consistently built through that whole 500 metres. It's been Odin Dean from Victoria who's done the fastest lap so far, and when we're seeing the timing splits in that first lap, that's what it is comparing to. But Dean then went on to slow a little bit in that 2nd lap, and so it is very conceivable that our winner may still flash red when they come through after a lap, comparing it to what Odin Dean did. Riley Dixon from Queensland is in the front straight. This is Maximus Moore from Victoria in the back straight. What a fantastic name that is, Maximus Moore. Very strong name. Oh, another flashy paint job on this Queensland bike too, Scott. A little bit of black, but some white and blue.
Looks stylish. Has he got the speed to match? Riley Dixon versus Max Moore. Victorian in the back straight. Another Queenslander. All the Queenslanders are stacked down towards the back here, mid to bottom of the field. So highly ranked for Queenslanders. Smooth start for Riley Dixon. Likewise for Max Moore in the back straight. Indication, halfway point. It's Dixon looking pretty good. 4th fastest opening half lap for him. Can he keep on the speed now that he's up to maximum warp speed? Still 4th after the first lap.
Got a little bit of work to do if he wants to get into a medal position.
He's up there now, so really holding on here. 2nd fastest. This could be a best time for Dixon. Holds on to 2nd fastest. 0.1 of a second down. Moore goes into 7th. And we still have 6 riders to come. But Riley Dixon, Queenslanders first and second at the moment, 34.9 and a 35.0 for McDonald and Dixon. No new track jitters for the Queenslanders, of course. They get plenty of track time on the Meares Velodrome.
Well, in terms of Australian riders, because Colleen Laurent from New Caledonia is currently sitting in third, but if we remove him and look at just the Australian riders, Queensland are in the top three at the moment with McDonald, Dixon and Kemps.
Another Queenslander coming up. So in the home straight, it will be Oscar Winchester. And the back straight from Western Australia, Matthew Christian. So Winchester looking to fire out from this start gate.
We've had 33 riders. We've only got 6 left in the competition. And it's Bryn McDonald back in heat 10 that's leading.
So 2 more heats to come after this. 4 riders into the final 6. Winchester from Queensland, Christian from Western Australia. Oh, slip of the wheel, I feel, there from Christian in the back straight. Let's see what that does for the overall time. Winchester, both riders, though, with a good start sequence to get themselves going. First half lap, and Christian super quick despite that, so fastest first half that we've seen. And Winchester now goes into first position by a very long margin as well. He's up to full speed, the Queenslander. Winchester absolutely motoring around the Velodrome. Can he hold on? The fastest time we've seen so far is to Winchester, 34.338. Over half a second faster than McDonald. 5th quickest for Christian from Western Australia. So new best time for Oscar Winchester with 4 riders to come.
Wasn't that a sensational ride? And he kept a really good line on the track. If you notice, often in the first lap, some of the riders are drifting up a little bit as they are getting up to speed, and just beautifully how he held his line inside the sprinters' lane. Very smoothly, very efficient.
And Kate, I just got beaten.
Oh, you just got beaten. So what was yours? If that was a 34.338.
34.5.
34.5 on an outdoor track.
1985 on the outdoor track next door here. It was a quick track, it must be said. The Chandler Velodrome, built for the Commonwealth Games 1982, so it was still very fresh and new. And now we go to Hugo Barnes from New South Wales, Kane Azzopardi from South Australia. So getting down towards the higher seeded riders here. They know what the time is to beat. Winchester, 34.338. And Hugo Barnes in the back straight there, that's Azzopardi. Both with the aero lids. Oh, well-drilled start from Hugo Barnes. Azzopardi also from South Australia, so plenty of start gate practice from both of these riders. This could be a sensational time. They know what they have to do to beat Winchester. Going to get down towards the 33s if they want to make sure they're up on the podium.
And the timing not coming up, but we can tell you that Azzopardi going through the fastest lap, Barnes with the second fastest lap.
Barnes coming back a little bit. He's gone to second quickest now. Azzopardi has just eased off a little bit. Super quick start from Azzopardi, but fading a little bit. And as they come through, it's Barnes with the second quickest time. Azzopardi goes to third. So Winchester holds on with 1 more heat to come. Barnes into silver, Azzopardi into bronze, but 2 riders have something to say about that.
34.496 for Hugo Barnes. It was a 34.763 for Kane Azzopardi. You mentioned how they blew out of the gate. It's so important, the technique, when you only have 2 laps. That start plays so much into it. But fantastic ride from both of the young riders. Now, I've been watching and thinking, gosh, they're pedaling so fast, but how fast? And we have a number for that. Between 145 and 150 times per minute is what they're doing, the faster riders. So the ones that we just saw, and both Tobias Zhu from WA and Jack Panozzo from Victoria that we're looking at now, we expect similar to that. So when you go out on your bike or you get on your trainer, see how long you can hold 140 plus RPM.
20 seconds to go. Heat 17, the final heat. Tobias Zhu from Western Australia. Jack Panozzo won the scratch race a couple of days ago from Victoria. Nervously watching on from the infield. Oscar Winchester, who has the quickest time, 34.338, time to beat. As the last heat gets underway, the under-17 men's time trial. Zhu versus Panozzo. Winchester watches on from the inside. First half lap split, Panozzo looking really quick as he goes through. Third fastest time for Panozzo. First lap split. And it goes to fourth and fifth for these two riders. Winchester looks very good, comfortable on the inside of the Velodrome with half a lap to go. Zhu versus Panozzo, but Winchester's time might hold up here. It could be a gold medal for Winchester as Panozzo goes second fastest. So 34.469, second fastest for Victorian. That's the silver medal, but it's Oscar Winchester from Queensland that takes gold in the under-17 500-metre time trial. Third last heat, fastest time with a 34.338, new gold medalist and Australian champion. Another Queenslander on the top step of the podium.
Well, from 33, it took 15 heats before we saw our winner. Heats 16 and 17, just battling to try and get on the podium. Panozzo, gee, he came home quick. He was tracking with fourth and fifth in the first 3 quarters of the race. But he brought that home beautifully.
Damn, I didn't get a medal. I finished fourth from that time back in the day. But again, you know, I said it to me the other night, that was me on a penny farthing. So come on, give me some grace.
I mean, I genuinely don't remember what times I rode in the 500, to be honest. But it was not an event I ever loved particularly because I couldn't go much faster, but I could just keep going and keep going and keep going for an individual pursuit or such. And I always found it so remarkable how they can explode out of the gate and have such a fast half and first lap. The under-19 women's Kieran, 7-13 final. We've got 7 riders. Unusual to see a 7-up Kieran.
And unusual to see Paige Squire here, the winner of the sprint the other day. So super quick, wasn't able to get herself through into the final, South Australian. So Alexis Phillips from the ACT, also Emily Watch from the ACT. From New South Wales, it's Isabel Prince. Queensland represented with 2 riders, Milan Bradshaw and April Patty. 2 South Australians in Paige Squire and Sophie Backer. Squire with the red and black helmet and Backer with the blue and black. That's the difference between the 2 South Australians.
Well, Emily Watch, April Patty and Paige Squire were all very good in the sprint, Squire the best. But the competition does take its toll. Emily Watch is the rider who's drawn number 1. An unusually slow start for her.
Yeah, Alexis Phillips just taking a little bit of time to get onto the back, so she was a little bit awkward out of the start there, but now up to the back wheel. Looks a little bit more old school, Kieran, with 7 riders out there. The old ones used to have 8 and up to 9 riders on the track. Very chaotic. And contact back then was encouraged. They had to take that out of the sport because there were too many broken collarbones and very upset athletes. So much cleaner now, smoother, but still unusual. 7 riders, 6 laps. Bike comes off after 3. It's the race for 7th place in the under-19 women's Kieran.
So Emily Watch is our first rider. She's followed through by Milan Bradshaw. In 3rd is Sophie Backer. Isabel Prince is sitting in 4th. And then we've got April Patty, Paige Squire and Alexis Phillips at the back. Because Paige Squire, our sprint winner, is sitting at 6th position, I expect her to move quite early. She won't be waiting. The bike is off now, 3 laps to go.
So Squire moves the first. Phillips follows her, the ACT. And no real urgency to stop Squire from going to the front. They're quite happy to see her go all the way around the outside. And now two abreast as Emily Watch on the inside. So they'll come round to get one lap to go, and you'll see the sprint really pick up from here. So a bit of a drag race at the moment between Watch and Squire. And now they're tucked down a little bit more. Squire goes over the top of Watch. Bradshaw, second position, trying to hunt down that 7th place overall in the Kieran, but Paige Squire was so fast in the sprint the other day, and she has the power to hold on. So 7th place for Paige Squire. Milan Bradshaw will finish 8th, and the second of the South Australians, 9th place for Sophie Backer.
And that was a beautiful ride. A lot of control from Paige Squire. We certainly know what she's capable of, having seen her ride so beautifully throughout the week. Especially magnificent in the individual sprint where she took the gold medal. So that was 7-13. We'll see the Kieran final for the under-19 women. 6 riders in that final. Elsie Apps will, and there's our 7th to 13th. So Elsie Apps in the top 6. Scott, how many times have we announced her name in sprint events and endurance events?
Yeah.
She won last night. She won a gold medal in the kilometre time trial as well, a silver medal in the points race, a silver medal in the elimination, gold in the scratch. Our most winningest cyclist of the championships in terms of overall medal haul.
Yep, versatile, you could say, Elsie Apps, and that's her down the bottom of the track there. Line up position number 1. Madeline Pitt beside her from Western Australia. Victorian at the top of the track, that's Alana Lake. One South Australian out there, April Catt, and the 2 Queenslanders, Isabella Potts and Madison Smith. So the 2 Queenslanders, it's Isabella Potts with the black helmet, white helmet for Maddie Smith.
Moves away.
So Elsie Apps is in first. Madeline Pitt from Western Australia in second. Isabel Potts is sitting in third. April Catt from South Australia is sitting fourth. Madison Smith from Queensland in fifth. Alana Lake from Victoria in sixth spot. Now they draw their positions. There's no ranking or rating. It's not just what they choose. They actually have to go through a draw process to make sure that it's unbiased and even. Some riders have real preferences for position, and you saw with Paige Squire, she certainly wanted to be further in front, so when she drew number 6, the moment the bike moved off, she took the opportunity to move right up into first spot.
First one to move right from the very back, Alana Lake, just drifting up into 5th position. Bike comes off this time around, so she hasn't really made the big effort to go right towards the front, wasting a little bit of energy on the outside there, Alana Lake. So Apps leads, bike comes off, 3 laps to go. Still moving slowly up around the outside is Alana Lake. She's drifting all the way towards the front, almost there.
Madison Smith, the only rider in here that was also in the final last year.
2 laps to go, pretty tight at the front there, 3 abreast. Madeline Pitt just moving out a little bit to try and stop Alana Lake, but it's too late now. It's Madison Smith from Queensland, 3 wide. Elsie Apps from New South Wales on the inside. She's courageous, she's strong. We've seen her win so much this week already, and she has the inside position. So she really powers down the back straight, stretching the field out. This could be another one for Elsie Apps. We can see Madeline Pitt trying to come for Western Australia, but Elsie Apps from New South Wales picks up another gold medal here in the championships, winning the Kieran as well as the 1,000-metre time trial, chuck in a bunch race, a few other medals as well. It's been a fantastic week for her.
What a dominant young athlete, so very versatile. She looks quite chuffed with that. I think when you've got the skills that she does, some days are better than others, depending on what style of racing happens. Just sensational from her. Maddie Smith, she was in the final last year. She was 6th. She got a silver medal this year, so fantastic progression from her. And Madeline Pitt, there was a moment that I thought she could just get over the top of Apps. Apps then kicked again, and Pitt had no real opportunity to progress any further. So with the lap to go, Smith had some good speed.
Yeah, she was coming out, but just the strength and also I've got to say the nous of Elsie Apps. She knew when to accelerate. She could see those riders coming, had them covered, accelerated, wasn't in danger really of being run over the top of, and then had that inside run with the extra strength to hold on for the win. So really smart ride as well as a strong one from Elsie Apps. So Madison Smith with the silver medal and Madeline Pitt from Western Australia with the bronze. Did mention Alana Lake drifting up the outside. Wasted a lot of energy by doing that, sitting on the outside for 2 abreast for a good 2 laps before the sprint itself took off.
Some inexperience in the under-19 racing, and sometimes you see them make some quite big mistakes, but that's how you learn. And certainly when you look forward to where the Olympic medals, for example, are being won, most of them aren't the Junior World Champions, actually. Most of them are the ones that maybe made the team and did something, or didn't quite make the team but still persisted and had really good resilience skills. And not to say that the juniors can't then progress to that, but there's certainly a lot that can be said for learning the hard way and learning how to fight. So 4 heats and 7 teams in the next round of the men's team sprint. And we're looking at the team of ACT, Alex Schaefer, who looks a little bit like a Western Australian skin suit. Alas, no, it is not. It's just an updated one. He started last time as well. Max Sudholtz is in 2nd. He's on the white BT. And then we've got Ryan Koroknai. They rode a 49.512 in the opening round. They're up against themselves, but the time will go to the final ranking.
So only the winners of the last 2 heats in this one have a chance to race for gold. But they all want to prove themselves and try and go quicker than they did previously. We saw a really quick start from Alex Schaefer in the qualifying and putting maximum power down this time as well. Max Sudholtz, who is a paracyclist, is a C5 category. So you can see him in position number 3. He's going to have a little bit of work to do for him, unfortunately. Ryan Koroknai is now going to try and finish this one off, his 2nd lap. And then we'll see Max Sudholtz come through to complete the distance for him. And no surprise or disrespect whatsoever. Sudholtz, he is a paracyclist, so just amazing to be racing amongst the elites, but it just means he hasn't got that same amount of power out at the start. That's why he was unable to follow the other 2 riders.
Oh, he's a sensational rider. They've actually, and 50, what a perfect time right there, 50.000. You don't see that very often. They changed the starting order up that time too, so in the first round, Sudholtz was actually in 2nd spot, Koroknai in 3rd. So they've moved that around a little bit. The time isn't too different to what they did in qualifying, which was 49.512.
50,000 is the time. The Dow hit 50.
In fact, it's the only time this championships that we've seen a perfect round timing like that. We didn't see one in the last 3 years here at the championships, but it's a week of that. My gosh, there's been quite a number of, wow, I haven't seen that before. Like Angus Withington in the Junior 19 men's sprint competition, qualifying in 9th, taking away the gold medal. Niamh Parslow in the women's elimination, under 19, on the front for every single metre of the race and still taking the gold medal. What else can they throw at us tonight that we haven't seen before? That's not a challenge. Unless it's something delightful, and then we'd be happy.
So Victoria B, as we see Max just finishing off the ACT team sprint. 50.000. 50,000. And Victoria B. In the back straight, it's the composite team. Finn Carpenter, Trent Rensburg and Flynn Underwood. Queensland B, David Koroknai, Daniel Power and Ruben Smith.
Koroknai is a very specific surname, so we're not hallucinating. There is a David Koroknai in the Victorian team. That's Team WA Composite that we're looking at. Flynn Underwood is the rider from New Zealand on the top. They rode a 47.125 in the qualifying. Victoria B a 46.897.
Maximum effort out of the start gate for both teams. Out of the start gate for Koroknai. Carpenter likewise for the composite team. And it's really tight between these two. The Victorian B team just slightly quicker. 19.0 is the opening lap for them. The quickest in the world will get down into the 17s, just to indicate how fast they are from a standing start. Second rider finished.
Daniel Power hands over to Ruben Smith from Team Victoria. And it's Flynn Underwood finishing it off for the composite team. The composite team well up.
Well and truly up, aren't they? Absolutely motoring. So the quickest time seen.
Wow. I mean, in fact, they went over 1.5 seconds faster than they did in qualifying with a 45.607. They would have found themselves riding in one of the medal rounds had they have done that in the qualifying. And noting that Victoria B actually had a change in riders. So David Koroknai, who was in the qualifying, he was swapped out for Zarin Sutton, who started that team. But Flynn Underwood, he was flying in that last lap.
Yeah, it was a quick finish. Yep, shout out there to Zarin Fong Sutton. Getting a ride there. So this is Heat 3 now coming up onto the track, and this is where we'll see our gold and silver medalists coming from, because the winner of Heat 3 and Heat 4 are the ones that will be going through to race each other. So South Australia, a time of 44.919. Were the defending champions. Slightly off the pace this time, up against Victoria A. So Brister, Ryan and Liebknecht.
There's been a change in Victoria A. Yep. So we've now got Papadakis, Jade Madden comes in for Isaac Byrne, and then Sam Gallagher. So Byrne was the starter in the last one. He'll sit this round out. But our trio from South Australia remains the same.
Jade Madden from Castlemaine in central Victoria, gold mining part of Australia. Quite a bohemian type of city.
Well, the South Australian team have changed their order.
Yeah, Brister into second position with Tate Ryan into third. Not surprised by that. Tate Ryan, 1,000-metre time trial winner. Max Liebknecht ready to go for the South Aussies. The only question over the South Australians that I know from the coaching staff is Brister does struggle sometimes in the start itself. Now he's in second wheel. Not too bad a job, actually. So James has done really well to hold Max Liebknecht there, and they are well and truly out in front of Victoria A. So far, so good for the South Australians. Brister will finish off this lap and unleash Tate Ryan, the youngster from South Australia. They are going to get the better of the Victorian A team, that's for sure. The gap is way too big for them to be beaten from here. So they will be racing for gold or silver later today. South Australia will come round to win the third heat in a time of 43.655. So slightly quicker than they were able to ride last year.
Well, that's interesting because it's a change of combination, a change of order with Lipnek starting, Brister in second, Ryan in third. They've taken 1.3 seconds off their qualifying time just by shifting around the order.
It's huge.
That's tremendous. What a sensational ride.
So the Victorian A team, third fastest for them. The composites were slightly quicker. Yeah, that's a massive improvement for South Australia. It just shows, doesn't it? Change the combination around a little bit. You can get so much more out of it.
Well, and I was chatting to James Brister's mum before. You mentioned his start. He had quite a bad training accident and quite a serious shoulder injury, and he's had to rehab through that. You can't understate how important your shoulders are in sprint cycling. Like endurance cycling, it's a little bit different. Bradley McGee rode the Sydney Olympics with a broken collarbone in the team's pursuit and individual pursuit, so that's possible. But the sprinters, completely different story. So he's actually, if you look at his progression back, it might be a little bit tougher just in that first 125 metres, but he's done a pretty incredible job of delivering Tate Ryan to the speed at the finish there. So great little combo change from Team South Australia. They do hold the championship record, but it's another second quicker, so I'm not sure if we'll see that.
Xavier Bland, Noah Mason, Jackson Williams versus Mitchell Louis, Byron Davies and Ryan Elliott. The Queenslanders were the quickest riders in the qualifying. Queensland also with a slight change to their formation. Mitchell Louis first, but they've swapped Davies and Elliott. Elliott now in second position. Byron Davies will bring them home.
Well, Davies has been national kilometre time trial champion before. We know that he can bring it home. Team New South Wales, a little bit of a mess going on over there.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not going the way they need to for New South Wales. Queenslanders are absolutely motoring though. So you can see the big man, Byron Davies, about to be unleashed and do his final lap, and they are going to get the better you would expect from here from New South Wales. They didn't quite get it right, the riders in blue. Queensland are going to go through to race for gold here. What time can they post? Will it be competitive towards South Australia? Second fastest overall time, but it's the win that counts because that puts them through into the race for gold and silver. They'll be racing against South Australia, and New South Wales third quickest time for them as expected, but just didn't quite get that start right.
No, that was faster. Queensland went faster again, so a good combination change from them. They have a lot to answer to with South Australia based on what they were able to lay down there.
About 0.8 of a second faster, South Australia.
But interestingly, Team New South Wales, and it was Jackson Williams, he rode the fastest standing lap we've seen in the competition. So it looked quite messy, but
that's why.
He did his job. Yeah. It wasn't anything but a change in combination.
Rocket powered.
And we saw, that was really impressive. So that was an 18.131, and for context, Team South Australia, who went on to, as we know, post the fastest time, did an 18.208, so 7/10 faster. Well done, Jackson Williams. Unfortunately, no gold medals for the fastest standing lap.
No, there isn't. And the quickest we have for a standing lap is Ryan Elliott, who's part of the Queensland team, but he was in second wheel. So trying to get the right combination for the state team has Ryan in the second. In the qualifying, he rode in third wheel position, but when he's in the national team, he is the starter because he's regularly down in the 17-second margin, as was Lee Hoffman when he was doing the start position. Now, a reminder, Lee Hoffman did actually have a wrist injury a couple of weeks back from when we was in Perth. So, look, there might be the option to bring Lee in for the final for South Australia, but it will depend on what's going on with his wrist in particular. They don't want to push that too far.
Yeah, they need to look after him, and realistically, if Ryan Elliott was the starter for the Queensland team, it might be a bit tough for Louis and Davies to even get on. You don't want that. That's what we saw with New South Wales.
So from the biggest and the most muscular athletes we have here at the AusCycling Track National Championships to, with respect, the scrawniest, the under-15 men coming onto the track for their scratch race.
I think the technical term is the little tackers.
The little tackers are coming out. So their restricted gears are even smaller than we saw from the under-17s in their time trials. So anyone knows the Muppets and the Muppet movie, Kermit the Frog, when he was riding a bike, some of these little tackers look a little bit like Kermit when they're pedaling around. But so good to have them on the main stage here at the AusCycling Track National Championships within the broadcast. So they have 20 laps, 5 kilometres is their distance, and they have 20 riders, so it's a big field, but it could have been slightly bigger. There was a very large crash this afternoon in the heats. There were so many riders they had to run some qualifying heats, and unfortunately, I think it was 5 riders crashed inside the final 4 laps. So they had to complete the distance and keep going, and you don't get any laps out once you get into that final kilometre. So unfortunately, the quota of riders that could have qualified through that particular qualifying heat this afternoon, they didn't reach that full number. So a couple of riders shorter than we could have had. 20 riders are underway, 20 laps of the track, under 15 scratch race final.
So not a lot of room for error when you've only got 20 laps. Makes it quite hard to take a lap, especially on those restricted gears. But there's still some tactics that come into play.
And often so the under-15s, we never get to see them really. We hardly ever get to see the 15s. The only real form guide you end up with the under-15s is look for the biggest kid. They typically have the most power at that age of development. So only the one rider from Tasmania in the field, Noah Blazely. I know at least one nervous father watching on at home. Link Riley, son Ari, out there in the field, young Victorian from Bendigo. They'd be inspired by the results of Alessia McCaig this week, the Bendigonian. A few gold medals, as she did last year. Absolutely in sensational form, McCaig. She grew up on that D-shaped outdoor velodrome, the Tom Flood Sports Arena. Ari Riley, perhaps the next national team member. Who knows? So much potential out there on the track at the moment.
And then the South Australian, that will be Jack Pentland. To the second wheel.
So the restricted gears, the under-15s, their rollout has to be 6 metres or less. So that is each pedal stroke, the bike will travel only 6 metres. For the under-17s, that goes out to 7 metres. If you're old school and you like inches, you're talking around 73 inches, thereabouts.
So 16 to go. Jostling for position early on. In the elite category, with the women and the men, we saw lots of attacks in the scratch race. Very different for the under-15s on these really small gears. It's difficult to get off the front and keep that cadence out on your own. Much easier on the big gears that the elite riders are able to push. Blazely on the outside, the Tasmanian, big white stripe on his black helmet.
4 years ago, he was receiving an award for New South Wales for Rider of the Year. There he is in the under-15.
Hudson Taylor in there as well. So Henry Grigg from Victoria. You've got Peter Samuel from New South Wales, along with Lucas Stribic from New South. West Australian, Flynn Charman. Declan Zeng from Victoria. There's also Jack Pentland from South Australia. It's a name I remember. I wonder if he's related to the Pentland that I used to race against. Leroy Bartlett from Victoria. Also Adam O'Dorago. Eden Pamard. Tom Perry from Victoria. Nino Durand has the peloton strung out this time by Noah Blazely, the one from Tasmania. Hudson Taylor from the ACT I did mention. Ethan Lees, a Queenslander. Also Patrick Richardson from the Sunshine State. Adrian Zhang from New South Wales. Ari Riley, as I mentioned, from Bendigo in Victoria. Felix Henderson, another Queenslander. Casey Bunton from WA. And Zach Thomas, number 3, from the ACT.
And there is quite a size difference in this age group, certainly at different levels of development. And with 20 riders on those restricted gears, you can't afford to drop too far back. They've all regrouped, an opportunity to use the momentum from the top of the bank to significantly move up position and put a bit of pressure on those down below.
And just moving up from New South Wales, Adrian Zhang, number 7. I put him down as visibly the shortest of all of them out there, as Lucas Strubic from New South Wales really puts the pressure on now, and this is going to cause some carnage out here in the under-15 scratch race.
Well, they're past the halfway mark, 9 laps to go. A few gaps have started opening up, a group of 8 escaping ever so slightly. If they keep the pressure on, it could cause some reverberations back through the back of that second group.
Leroy Bartlett, it was, that followed that really big acceleration from Strubic. Happy to sit in about the middle of the field there. So Strubic letting us all know he wants a hard and fast race. Doesn't want them to roll around and wait for the finish. Here he goes again. So it's Strubic once again out of the saddle. And hard on his wheel, as it was last time. Leroy Bartlett. Some of the pre-race favourites starting to look at each other very closely. Another Victorian now does the job of closing Strubic's attack down.
6 laps to go, 1.5 kilometres left of racing. Peloton largely down the bottom. Lucas Strubic, he showed a lot of strength, but he's now right up the top and nearly right at the back. And coming around with 5 laps to go, that's a pretty dangerous spot to be.
Well, it only takes one more acceleration for them to be strung out. And those riders that are down the back at the moment will be so far from the front of the field. Maybe another attack coming, as we see lurking at the top of the track. Peter Samuel from New South Wales. Right at the very front there, that's Tom Perry, the Victorian.
Well, Jack Pentland, he made a few strong pedal strokes out of the seat. It's number 14, the only South Australian rider out there. I think he's ready to pounce.
Move coming right around the outside. Samuel is one of them. High on the track there as well is Odrago. And they'll come around to get 3 laps to go now. The Championship of Australia, the under-15 men's scratch race. 3 laps to go. Odrago it is. High in the middle of the track, but technically the leader. 2 Victorians, first and second position. And a big move coming from the Queenslander up around the outside, very, very high on the track. It'll be 2 laps to go, and this sprint's about to start because they are absolutely powering up around the outside. That's Ethan Lee. Hasn't been able to get to the front of the race. He was so far and high, though. So Odrago's still in control. Here comes the big move. We've seen him a couple of times already. Lucas Strubic from New South Wales. He's going to get the bell first. Strubic powers through. He's had 3 big moves in this race. This one is the one that counts, though. Strubic down the back straight. Showed so much strength in those early attacks, and he's blasted the field to pieces. Strubic will win gold in the scratch race. Odrago will hold on to pick up silver just ahead of Declan Zeng from Victoria. Silver and bronze for the Victorians, but it's gold to New South Wales.
That was really quite a remarkable sprint. He didn't just nudge over, edge over. He had a sizable gap that nobody was able to answer with the acceleration. Some good camaraderie amongst the riders. Adam Ugarago from Victoria and Declan Zeng, they rode really well. Flynn Charman from Western Australia, I thought with a lap to go, and you can see him in the yellow and black there. If he had have just been able to take the wheel, he might have been dragged around, but it was a bit of a drag race for him against Team Victoria.
Look at the gap that he opened up in that final effort. absolutely blasted them. And you mentioned Odrago. He was on the front for the last couple of laps and then still held on for second place. So good ride from him, but it's clear who was the best of the under-15s, and that was Lucas Stribic.
And it wasn't just in the finish either. He also
Yeah.
really animated the race earlier on. There is our final classification. So second and third, 2 medals for Victoria, but Lucas Stribic for Team New South Wales. And in the end, Flynn Charman ended up in 8th spot, but just a moment of acceleration behind Stribic, and he could have had that silver medal. So if you're sitting at home and you're thinking they're talking about gears, but what does that actually mean? If you're not a track rider, you might not think in inches. Let's just take a look at this again, because this move right here, beautiful timing from the top of the track, but it wasn't just the timing, it was just the sheer acceleration that
this
got
is the
it going.
early attack. Yeah, this was the early attack, and this is what the result of the final attack. 3 moves that he made.
He was determined to win, whether it be at the end or in a breakaway.
Yeah, he wanted a hard race.
He certainly did. So the gears that they're riding, if you do have a 52 chainring, so even if you have a compact chainring, most people have around a 52, they're sprinting in essentially a 52-18. So put it in that gear on a flat road with a tailwind and see how quick you could go.
And in car terminology, it's like, let's say, put it in second gear in a 5-speed manual and just drive around town in second gear, revving the clappers out of the engine.
The women's under-17 time trial final is up now. We've got 10 heats, 19 riders. Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez is our first rider up. She is flying solo. We'll then have 2 riders on the track for the rest of the competition.
And this is my new favourite surname, Rojo Rodriguez.
It's
Gabriela.
spicy. I like it.
Odd number of riders, so racing on her own. Final 10 seconds. Women's under-17 time trial. 500 metres, same as we saw the under-17 men. 10 heats in total. And Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez is underway, the Victorian.
Really clean gate start, so technically very sound for a young rider. So it's under 17s, it's not the 17s and under, so the riders are 15 or 16 at the most, sometimes 14 if they're yet to turn 15 yet. It is earlier in the year.
So 23 seconds for the first lap. Trying to hold on to this speed all the way around this second lap now for Gabriela. And we'll see what she can do as she comes down to the line here. Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez, 41.602. Let's see how long that lasts. 10 heats in total. The last heat has Sienna Tinkler and Jenna Gallagher. West Australia versus New South Wales affair in heat number 10.
So next up we've got Sophia Moffat in the front straight and Elsie Vaughan from Queensland in the back straight. Sophia Moffat racing for South Australia. Her father, Graham, mother, Liv, they're here cheering her on. We spoke about them last night. Graham was my first boss in the cycling industry when I worked for Trek many years ago. I bet he's delighted that his offspring is now racing at the National Championships.
And for those of you that know Moff, there's no surprise to see her sitting on a red Cervelo, as he is the importer for Cervelo frames.
And he's done a tremendous amount for the industry, continues to, including being a very big supporter of the Brennan team that races in the Pro Velo Super League.
Yep, supplies all the equipment, all the bikes, frames for that Brennan team. They won the overall team series and the individual series with Ollie Bledden. So Sophia Moffat from South Australia against Elise Vaughan from Queensland. A shake of the legs, nervous wait in the final 10 seconds now. Heat number 2, women's under-17 time trial. Cautious start there for Sophia Moffat.
Sophia Moffat gets
Elsie Vaughan, she'll come round at the half lap. Just, well, maybe I was going to say a tad quicker, but not quite. So very close between these two. Slightly off Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez's time, but now Moffat goes into the fastest. Vaughan second quickest. Half a lap to go for these riders. Time to beat 41.602. Moffat is into the green though. What can she post here? And she goes quickest, 39.250. So first to go under 40, and second quickest for Elsie Vaughan.
Sensational time. Now, I've just had a message from Tim Decker, who is the one of our sensational coaches, the mastermind behind the Olympic gold medal for the team's pursuit in Paris. And he's let me know that it's 7-metre rollout so about 85 inches for the under 15s and the under 17s now. So if you've got that 52 chainring...
Yeah, it has just gone up.
Pop it in the 16 cog to do that sprint instead of the 18. You've got yourself a few more teeth.
Which chainring?
Yeah, 52.
52.
Because with compact cranks, it depends what your small chainring might be. It might be a 34 or 36, could be a 40 or a 42. But 52, most people will have one of those.
87.7 in the old money. Is the way they call that, I thought.
Yeah, in inches.
52.16, yeah. Heat number 3, Nicola Meares from Victoria and Hannah Walters from Queensland.
Hannah Walters, we've seen her big brother, Lockie Walters, racing this week. He's been very exciting to watch racing. And what you're not seeing on camera is Sophia Moffat trying to walk down the stairs after getting off her bike from that 500-metre effort. It's quite a comical scene. It's only 500 metres. You might think less than 40 seconds, but it does some damage.
We say comical only because we know her parents.
Because we're watching, we're not doing.
So heat 3, women's under 17 time trial, 2 laps of the track. Meares versus Walters, Victoria versus Queensland. Time to beat 39.25.
Oh, beautiful start from Meares out of the gate. Nicola Meares. Hannah Walters making her way up to speed.
It is Meares with the faster start, 4th quickest overall. A little bit of work to do if she wants to be in contention for a medal here. Both riders up to full speed now, 4th and 5th quickest overall. Trying to hug the bottom of the track as much as they possibly can, and Walters just gone a little bit quicker now with half a lap to go. So Walters comes around to her finishing point, Meares into the home straight, and it will be Walters going 3rd quickest, 4th fastest for Meares.
So a 40.805 for Hannah Walters, and for Nicola Meares it was a 41.123. That's a nice number too, 41.123.
Better than 6 and 7. Sophia Moffat still leads the way, 39.25. As we go to heat 4, Shavi Tanksale from Victoria and Evelyn Power from the ACT. As we see completion of her race, Hannah Walters, the Queenslander. Here's Tanksale.
Heat 4, getting themselves ready. The back straight, the ACT, we welcome Evelyn Power.
Evelyn Power.
Home straight from Victoria.
And you can see some damage from some unfortunate mishaps for Evelyn Power. Quick clip in, 33 seconds until the start. You can see the clock on the left-hand side there, 30 seconds now as we hear the beep. Time to focus. Shavi Tanksale ready to go. This is heat 4, 10 heats in total for the under 17 women. Heat 4 underway. Shavi Tanksale from Victoria versus Evelyn Power from the Australian Capital Territory. It's Sophia Moffat that leads the way, the South Australian. 39.25 at the moment is the time to beat. National record, Lilia Tatarinov, 35.769. lightning fast. That was on this track back in 2022. Fourth quickest for Tank Sale as she goes into the final lap. Comes a little bit closer. Third now for her as she comes into the final half lap for her, trying to keep herself up into a podium position if she can. Drops to fourth, seventh for Power, 34.961 for Shavi. So 35.769 is the national record for Lilia Tatarinov. Now we've seen her racing in the elites this week on sensational form, just like Cameron Scott's under 17 boys time trial record. This one from Tatarinov is blisteringly fast.
It's always interesting looking back at the records because riders develop at different times. Some of them you just know from a young age that they've got something special and they're going very fast, and others it's a little bit of a slow burn. But Tatarinov certainly has a heck of a record to beat. So 19 riders in this competition. This is Heat 5. Monica Siebert from South Australia in the front straight. We've got Zoe May from New South Wales lining up in the back straight. Sophia Moffat from South Australia leads the way. She's only been riding for 6 months, so she's still very much learning the craft. A 500-metre time trial will suit a new rider over some of the bunch races where the strategy, the skill, a lot more comes into play just on top of how big your engine is. Siebert versus May. 10 seconds left.
Heat number 5, women's under 17 time trial. Smooth start from both. First half lap split coming up. It'll be Siebert that gets there first, and it's quick, significantly quicker. Half a second faster than what we've seen previously. So Monica Siebert, very smooth indeed. It comes down a little bit at the completion of the first lap. Sixth quickest for Zoe May, but Monica Siebert absolutely powering. Oh, it's come right down. So she was super fast out of the gate, but just not able to hold on as we got deeper into this time trial. Yeah, she did. So the last half lap, able to get a little bit more out of herself. And a new best time, 39.156. Monica Siebert now leads the way.
And a 41.008 for Zoe May. So South Australia, 1 and 2 on the medal standings at the moment. Elsie Vaughan from Queensland sitting in bronze.
Well, chatting to Brett Aiken yesterday, I think it was, and he was bragging a little bit about how well the South Australians have been going. The team pursuit for the women the other day, I think he said it was the women's team pursuit. They've, out of the last 11 years, they've won the national title 9 times. And one year they didn't have a team. Last year, Victoria got the better of them. So the South Australians have always been very well prepared. And so much of that is to do with the fact that the Australian, as it was called, the old Australian Institute of Sport program was based out of South Australia. That really did help the South Australian Institute of Sport and all of those athletes coming through. And we're now on to heat number 6. Elle Walduck from Tasmania in the home straight. And Allegra Beretov from New South Wales in the back. Sweaty hands, nervous before the start for Elle. She does have the time trial bars. She'll go into those perhaps at the end of the back straight. First time around. Heat 6 underway. Elle Walduck from Tassie. Allegra Beretov from New South Wales. Keep an eye on the Tasmanian on the left, just to see when she does go down into those aero bars. Get that tuck position, usually at the end of the back straight. No, she's going to ride it through the bend. So she'll do it when she comes through with 1 lap to go. There it is now into the aero position. 4th fastest, but it's 2nd quickest for Beretov. So Beretov looking really good. Can the aero advantage help Walduck as she comes around to complete her time trial? Now down to 3rd fastest. Still close enough. Can be on the podium here. And Beretov goes through with the third quickest. Walduck fourth fastest. Reasonable times from both these riders, 39.4. So on to a podium position for now for Beretov. Walduck into fourth place.
Walduck looked really explosive out of the start gate, actually, and I think it's smart that she waited until she was out of bend 4 to go down into those aero bars. In the under 17 men, a couple of the riders who did go into the aero bars heading into bend 3 had a bit of a wobble and didn't maintain their line and efficient position on the track so well. So good ride from her. She looks like a bit of a pursuiter that could just keep going all day with that position as well. Erin Prince in the back straight for New South Wales, and this is Isla Shaw from Victoria.
Not sure, Katie, if you were hearing that, but the venue announcer is Matt Pointer, and I heard our names being spoken about from Matt. I'm not sure what that was all about.
Well, it's because we've got some spectacles, some glasses that have been handed in. So I text him and let him know.
Is that what that's about?
That's what that's about.
So if you are at home listening to the broadcast and you've left your spectacles, as Kate calls them, I'm pretty sure they are not
reading
yours.
glasses.
Isla Shaw, heat number 7 versus Erin Prince, Victoria versus New South Wales. Siebert, Moffat and Beretov, they are the top 3 for now. Walduck also a rider that's been into the 39-second margin, under 40 seconds for them. And we are underway now for heat number 7. Isla Shaw, Erin Prince in the back straight. 3 more heats still to come. 6 riders still to come out onto the track. How long will these times that have already been posted last? That's the question. Fastest first half lap for Prince. Complete the first lap for her, and still number 1 by 0.16 of a second. Shaw down in 6th place. Bit of work for her to do, but Erin Prince from New South Wales, she is powering along, extends the lead with half a lap to go. So Prince looking to be the queen of the boards here. Still 6 riders to come, 6 still to come, I should say, and it is the fastest time. So Prince goes fastest, 0.3 of a second, the first of the riders to go into the 38s.
Yeah, that was just a consistent build. She started quick, but then each quarter lap, each half lap, she just continued to build further on that. So sensational ride from Erin Prince. Her older sister's in the under 19 women's competition. So she's got a good role model, good training group.
Isla Shaw, the Victorian, 6th fastest for her. So Prince, the new leader, 38.841. Siebert now drops the second, Moffat into 3rd. And heat number 8 coming onto the track and accelerating all the way through for Erin Prince. Great ride from her.
Ava Gidget-Rogers from Western Australia. And Isabella Blackwell from South Australia. She's in the back straight.
Flash-looking Factor.
That is wow, look at those wheels as well. There's a lot of bling on there.
86 by the looks of it. Factor, importer for Australia, is Henk Vogels, former national champion, former professional. Plenty of people will remember the name Henk Vogels, and his father, Henk Vogels Sr., raced for Australia as well. Rogers versus Blackwell. Ooh, really good start there from Rogers, the timing. This will be fascinating to see what this first half lap split is, because she was perfect out of the start gate. Blackwell on the other side of the track. Rogers comes through, fastest time. That's what we saw out of that start gate. Really expertly accelerated from a 0 standing start. And it's still the quickest. Very tight though. 10th fastest for Blackwell. But it's Rogers that we focus on. Half a lap to go, and it's gone out a little bit more, but still only 0.1 of a second. Has to hold on to it. The small gears, really difficult from a maximum effort from the start, but it is the best time. So another new best time, 38.765, and Gidget-Rogers goes to the top of the leaderboard.
We'll see if she can get some bling to match that bike. They are really, I think they're the coolest wheel decals we've seen this week. That setup between the decal on the bike and also the wheels is very blingy, but more blingy was that ride. Geez, it was close, but it was close the whole time. So in essence, it was really the first half lap that was a little bit quicker, and then she just held it.
Yeah, the timing out of the gate for such a young rider, just nailed it. Perfect start from her. So 2 more heats to come. Ella Smith from Western Australia, no doubt knows Ava Rogers very well. And then Madeline Douglas Savage, her big brother, gold medalist this week, a Queenslander in the back straight. Then we'll see Sienna Tinkler from WA and Jenna Gallagher from New South Wales in the final heat.
Well, Maddie Douglas-Smith rode in the under-19 women team sprint in position 3. They just missed out on the bronze medal, but very nearly. She was remarkable for a 14-year-old. So not only is she not in the under-19 category, she's a first year in the under-17 category. So lots to see from her in the future, if not today. Ella Smith from Western Australia in the front straight.
Well, when she heard her name announced, big smile, wave to the crowd. Very unusual before the start of a time trial to be listening into anything else other than getting in the zone. Let's see if Ella Smith can turn that around quickly here. 9th heat. Under 17, women's time trial underway. Ella Smith from Western Australia now back into the zone. Laser focused to go as fast as she can. Madeline Douglas Savage from Queensland, not quite as quick, but it's the fastest time so far for Smith. So able to just get focused and ready to go. Completion of the first lap. And it goes a little bit further. This is going to be a super fast time from Smith. 0.4 of a second. Douglas Savage in second as well. So she's really looking to bring this one home. Smith still number 1. Douglas Savage is really closing it home though. Getting up to full speed, Douglas Savage, and she'll get there first. So Douglas Savage, new leader, 0.6 of a second quicker than the previous time, 38.143, and Smith goes second fastest.
So Douglas Savage, as a first year in this age category,
wow,
has laid down 3.3 fastest time so far, so guarantees herself a medal. We've got 2 left to go. That was fantastic. But Ella Smith,
great start.
Yeah, she's sitting in the silver medal position. Really different styles of riding. This is Douglas Savage we're seeing. We saw her ride 750 in the team sprint the other day. She looks like she could keep going for a while. She looks pretty comfortable and in the aero bars too. Ella Smith, though, she exploded out of that start gate.
Yeah,
and
her
teammates, she's got 4 teammates on the inside of the track who are almost doing like a little TikTok dance, supporting their riders. They're doing it again now for Sienna Tinkler, who that is on screen in the front straight. So they've got an in-house cheer squad. Jenna Gallagher is in the back straight. Her mother, Teresa Gallagher, nee Ryan, has ridden at international level in track cycling and also on a tandem. She's one of the coaches for New South Wales now.
10 seconds to go. Final heat, heat number 10. Douglas Savage, time to beat 38.143. This is Tinkler versus Gallagher. And easing out of the start gate, going as fast as she possibly can now, getting the power down. Tinkler for WA in the home straight. Gallagher looking very rapid out of the start gate for her, and she'll be slightly quicker. Fastest first half lap we have seen tonight. Second quickest for Tinkler. So the seeding has been good, the quickest to start that we've seen so far with the lap to go.
And Gallagher has got a big cheer squad, all dressed in bright pink T-shirts, here to cheer her on. But Tinkler's taken the lead back now and quite unassailable at this point.
Almost a second to the better Tinkler. She comes through and she wins gold. 1.4 seconds quicker, 36.726. The only rider to break the magic 37-second barrier. So Sienna Tinkler from Western Australia wins gold in the under-17 women's time trial. Jenna Gallagher from New South Wales with the silver, and it will be Madeline Douglas Savage from Queensland picking up the bronze. That was rapid.
Wow, that was. And Gallagher started stronger, started faster, but Tinkler just kept building on that speed and a beautiful technique as well, very efficient ride around the track as well. So there we can see 9th to 16th place, but our gold medal goes to Sienna Tinkler, silver to Jenna Gallagher, Maddie Douglas Savage. She takes the bronze.
Well, hat off to whoever did the seeding, because first, second, third and fourth came out of the last 2 heats. So they did that perfectly.
And it's for Jenna Gallagher's mum, Teresa. She was an international level rider, as I mentioned. This is kind of the first generation where our female riders from the past, their offspring are stepping up. So Sienna Tinkler, look how smooth she is.
And the high cadence coming into that final bend, of course, we've gone into slow motion just there, but the high cadence is just extraordinary what they're able to do. And the gears have been put up slightly since what they used to be.
And we'll have some presentations coming up. But
I need the presentation just for a break.
Yeah,
just been time trial after time trial.
For many years, we've been able to commentate on the offspring of the male heroes of the sport from the past. But it hasn't been that long that we've been able to talk about the offspring of the female riders. I think that's a really cool progression in the sport. And we've also spoken about this week, there's a number of riders, especially in the elite women's sprint competition, that are mothers. And it's also the first generation we're seeing that happen.
National champions with their jerseys on already, ready to come up for the medal ceremony. Look at all those young, fresh faces. Special moment for the kids to be up here on the big stage in the broadcast. I hope everyone at home is enjoying it, wherever you are around the world and Australia.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn your attention to our podium presentations.
So our first podium presentation for the men's under 17 time trial.
So the New South Welshman in third place, Hugo Barnes.
New South Wales, and this is Hugo Barnes.
34.469 was his time. Jack Panozzo, winner of the scratch race, now silver here in the 500 metres. And Oscar Winchester from Queensland takes the gold. The home crowd favourite. You can see when we do pan back from the presentation dice, you'll see all of the Queensland team lined up in support of Oscar. Hugo Barnes, stocky little lad. So he'll really develop over the next couple of years as he grows. Able to get into the gym as well. Panozzo, great ride from him. Tucked down at the front, very aero.
He looks like he'd be a great points race rider. Just his style is...
The head was up, down, and look how quick he flicked his head around to look at the scoreboard. Winchester getting the gold there. So Madeline Pitt winning the bronze medal for Western Australia in the under-19 women's Kieran.
In second place, winner of the
Madison Smith,
representing Queensland.
Queensland silver for her. But it was a really dominant performance by Elsie Apps, the New South Welsh rider. Went to the front early, took control, judged the speed to her liking, and then just had so much more power to go through and claim the gold medal. Won the 1,000-metre time trial as well. It's been a great week for Elsie Apps. Second in the elimination, but she rode from the back the entire way. Eventually finishing in silver. So she showed some really good tactical nous as well through all of these races.
And it's the first time she's been on the podium in this event as well. She was 6th last year, had to persist for another year, and she's been given the reward of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the podium presentation of the men's under 15 scratch race. In third place,
The under 15 lads, this was a cracker of a race. Declan Zeng from Victoria picked up the bronze medal. And a really solid ride by Adama Udrago, who was lobbed on the front with about 2.5, 3 laps to go. And while one rider did pass him, no one else was able to get round. So silver medal to the Victorian. And it was a standout performance, though, from Lucas Strabic, New South Wales. Absolutely blasted past. He did 2 attacks throughout the race, and then Strabic hit them just at the right time, high on the track, opened up a massive gap, and you can see proud as punch in the middle with gold.
Yeah, sensational to see. And these are the faces will become regular at these championships in the coming years.
Yep. Large contingent from 3 states there. Queensland stand out with the maroon colours. And the race that we just saw completed. So Madeline Douglas Savage, Queensland, are up onto the podium for the bronze.
We'll see her back next year, just at 14 years of age.
Yeah, 38.143 was her time. Jenna Gallagher, New South Wales rider, 37.531 in silver. And the only rider to go into the 36s with a 36.726. Sienna Tinkler absolutely blasted her way around the 2 laps to claim gold for WA. And choreographing the photo as well.
Got 3 gold medals left to be raced for this evening. The women elite points race, the men elite elimination, and of course the elite men team sprint. We've seen some of the rounds, the full competition so far tonight.
Well, we can hear from Elsie Apps, actually, after winning her Kieran.
Done it in the Kieran after racing endurance all week. How happy are you with that result?
Oh, super happy, definitely. Wasn't expecting it, bring a sprinter's race typically, but just rode it to how it would best come into my favour, and it worked.
Were you always meant to do the Kieran this week?
Yeah, well, unfortunately we couldn't get a team pursuit team with New South Wales, so it was the last event, couldn't hurt me for any other race, so had a crack and it worked.
Awesome, man. You've been on fire this week. What's to come for you over the next few months and the rest of the year?
I'll head over to Belgium in late April for probably around like 2.5 months, and then hopefully I'm able to go to Worlds for track now.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we see you there as well. Exciting. Congratulations.
Stars of the present, Elsie Apps, what a great week it's been for her. Showed so much craft as well as just pure speed and power. And the riders from New South Wales looking to get themselves a nice little photo as well on the podium.
And this
Douglas Savage. Now, when I saw this replay before, I thought there is nothing more awkward than being in the aero bars on a tiny gear and trying to throw to the line.
She made it happen, but
yeah.
you're right. But Sienna Tinkler, if you just put a bigger gear on, it just looks as though she'd just be able to just go much, much faster. Like, she looks like a complete bike rider, just under-geared.
Yeah, you can see just twiddling away. Good ride. I'm looking forward to seeing how she develops in the sprint category as we do go forward. Now, the women's sprint base now is so good. There are, at least when we're looking at Commonwealth Games selection, you're looking at maybe 7 riders that could put their hands up for the 4 spots that are on offer in the women's sprint quota for the Commonwealth Games. Now, of course, Sienna's a long way from that with her age, but who knows? The quickest of the 17s as they go through.
It's a good problem to have.
Great to see the young riders out here.
That was Oscar Winchester from Queensland that we just saw. And look, there's great camaraderie you can see around the podium and around the riders. Look, they're proud as punch that one of their teammates has got himself a national title. Oscar Winchester.
Famous name, that, Winchester, if you go back to the old cowboy movies.
It only took, it took nearly 2 hours tonight for you to get a movie reference in.
I'm
Start talking about
genre,
movies.
Just a genre, not an actual movie. I could say...
That's a loophole if ever I heard one.
Yeah, fistful of dollars. Throw that out there. Well, back to the men's elite team sprint. It's the race for the bronze medal. 2 races already tonight. And, of course, this is at the back of the sprint, the Kieran, now into the team sprint. 3rd race on the final day. And they're big men. They can handle it, but they are starting to get really tired. And that's when you do see some really strange things happen in these races. Shane Kelly, the coach for the Victorians, hoping that's not going to be a problem here, though. So Victoria versus New South Wales.
Bland, Williams and Mason for New South Wales. Byrne, Gallagher and Madden for Victoria A. So the 3rd combination change for them. We saw Jackson Williams explode out of the gate in the last round, the fastest that we've seen in the whole competition. He didn't do his teammates any favour.
And we are underway. This is the race for the bronze medal. New South Wales versus Victoria. What a rivalry that is. Men's team sprint. And New South Wales, massive gaps between them. It's not like that for the Victorians, though. Victorians down in the overall standings here, but look at the challenge that New South Wales has to overcome. Their 3rd rider, Noah Mason, is a long way behind. So Victoria with Sam Gallagher still to be unleashed have an advantage here because Mason has a lot to overcome. He's basically done a 750-metre time trial on his own. Gallagher now leads. Victoria get themselves in front. They will win the bronze medal here. New South Wales messed this one up. Victoria come away with the bronze. And New South Wales, 4th for them. They were quicker through the first 2 time checks, but their 3rd man was nowhere to be seen.
And Victoria have had a couple of team changes, but that's the fastest combination they've had so far, 45.088. Byrne, Madden and Gallagher. Nick Papadakis was in the 2nd round as well, so he did a good ride there, but this is the fastest combination, and that's Sam Gallagher just finishing it off. I know technically a very clean ride from Team Victoria A.
Yeah, it was really smooth. If you haven't seen too many team sprints, the 2nd rider will always leave a gap. So at the end of the 1st lap, they've got something to run into, to accelerate towards. And the 3rd rider hoping to be pretty much hard on the wheel of that 2nd rider just to get as much slipstream as possible before they get unleashed for that final lap. If you're outside that slipstream, as we saw Noah Mason was for New South Wales that time, really, really difficult to try and complete it at any top speed. So South Australia versus Queensland now. South Australia with the fastest time that we have seen. And no change in their lineup. It's Max Liebknecht will start, James Brister in 2nd. And Tate Ryan in 3rd.
So that was the fastest combination that they've had in the competition. They have moved that around a little bit as well.
Well, the Queenslanders have made a change. It's Byron Davies, Mitchell Louis and Ryan Elliott, but Davies is going to be starting them. And there's big thud here, so there's a problem. Broken toe strap for Max Liebknecht, or crank.
Yeah, we'll get a picture of it when we can. There, you can see the crank hanging off his shoe.
Yep. So the whistle was really late then. So the Queenslanders are not happy because they've done a complete full half lap. A complete full half lap, does that make sense? So they were half lap in before they realised that there was going to be a restart.
So we might have a kerfuffle here because technically the rule is that the team that suffers the mechanical has to put their hand up in the air within the first, like as soon as it happens.
Try doing that when you've snapped your crank off your bike.
But it is a funny one because that's the regulation. And so the commissaires, look, we'll see how they've ruled there, but you can see that that's an unusual situation.
That was James Brister. It's one way to take your crank off. He's very lucky with, you can imagine, okay, getting, 1,500, close to 1,800 watts of power.
Oh, and then some.
Up towards 2,000 watts going through those pedals, and then to have all of that just let go. So that's quite extraordinary for James to hold that up and not go down.
That's very good skills. If you've ever wondered what happens when a crank breaks, that's it. Right there. Tate Ryan, we can see him from where we're sitting. He's just at the back there, the South Australian. He's actually laughing. He's just flat out laughing. He thinks that's quite an amusing situation.
He's just happy it didn't happen to him.
Yeah. Well, he'll require a bike change, so it's not as simple as just changing the front wheel or a toe strap or anything. But there he is, James Brister. He's going to get a little bit of recovery while he gets a new bike set up.
The next 2 races after this is the women's points race.
So they may well put it off until after the women's points race. We'll just have to see how long it's expected to repair that bike.
Yeah, that's not a quick fix. Now, I was fascinated to see the change in lineup for Queensland, because Byron Davies did go to the start position, and they put Mitchell Louis into P3 with Ryan Elliott remaining in P2. So how would that have played out? Because they rode 44.8 in the qualifying, 44.4 in the second round, and then another change of configuration. So Tate Ryan still chuffed by what had just happened.
He's such a funny character. He seems to find a joyful moment everywhere he looks, which is then a joy to be around.
A joyful moment in others' discomfort. No, not so.
I think
he's happy that he stayed upright.
He's the kind of kid who'd find a joyful moment in his own discomfort as well.
Well. You can see the riders getting ready for the women's elimination, or point race, sorry, the women's point race coming up next.
And they're going to run this. I've just had a text from Louise Jones from the team. I asked how long do they have to fix the bike? And she said, well, because Queensland did a full lap, that they're going to give them a fair bit of time to recover, because otherwise that's not a very fair outcome. So either way, it is pretty tough, because when you prepare for an event, your warm-up is timed fairly to precision, and they do a pretty good job of running to time for the athletes as well.
Well, I can see down the middle, there's Max Liebknecht, who's the starter for South Australia, but Alex Bird, who's a member of the Australian High Performance Program, was just running through the infield and then went down, must be towards the, storage area or something, so perhaps looking for a replacement of sorts of cranks or bottom brackets, whatever it might be that was broken.
Well, he's made good speed. He was on the other side of the track filming the race up on the concourse. So he's getting into race mode, running down to do that. But this is what the mechanics are here to do to support the riders, whether they're changing wheels, flat tyres, chain rings, chains, all the different combinations.
Well, up in the top of the picture there, that's James Brister's bike being worked on. James Glasspool just showing, handing up the evidence. And the second stroke about to happen here. Right-hand side, left pedal, boom. And he is so lucky he didn't do damage to a particular sensitive part of the body.
Woof, there it is. Crank on a pedal. But you were like, I think he's pulled his foot. Well, yes, I mean, technically his foot was no longer attached
to the bicycle. No, but look at that. I thought it was the I thought it was just the strap, like the broken strap that they strapped themselves in with, but yeah, that's more than that.
I mean,
the strap did its job, held on.
I feel a little bit responsible because I said...
Did you put his bike together?
Well, no. Oh. No, but I said there's been a lot of occasions of we haven't seen this before. What else can happen tonight?
Hopefully nothing.
I'm done. Just letting the universe know we've had enough of the never seen this befores. So
right in front of our positions, we look at James Brister's bike still being worked on. Where we are, right at the finish line, we can look down to the track, and they're just doing a little bit of inspection to make sure that that crank, when it came off, didn't do damage to the track itself. Now, there was no crash. Normally they go and check the track after a crash, and the bike has gone through and clearly damaged the track. But this time, you just don't know until you really have a closer look to whether that crank itself did any damage at all. But look at the scramble. James Glasspool, South Australian coach, trying to sort out bikes, get themselves ready. There's Brett Aiken looking a little bit more relaxed, Brett, than James Glasspool.
Well, it's not his problem, I guess, in this moment.
It's the sprinters, guys. Brett's looking after the endurance athletes.
So they are going to get going at 8:10, so a couple of minutes, and we'll have the racing back on the track. In the women's points race, of course, that is the event I get very, very excited about. But unfortunately, Nicole Duncan from New South Wales is not lining up. She was our silver medalist last year and one of the hot favourites, but she's unwell and has had to travel back home. So we wish an absolute top recovery to Nicole. And it's
what was going on there? What was going on there?
With the horns?
Yeah.
With the Viking
there it
horns?
Is the
I
Viking?
don't know. Kids.
I'm not sure if that was a real thing. You know, we go through the Viking, we talk about movies, all the movies or Viking horns, etc. But if you were to swing a sword at someone's noggin with those horns on it, that will just rip their neck sideways. So I think it's more of a myth, the Viking horns, than what was reality back in the day.
I'm fairly confident there's a Reddit thread that would discuss this in detail.
Well, if I was a Viking or opposing the Vikings, that's what I'd be going for. Whack them in the helmet.
And here they are getting ready, doing the shoelaces up. A lot of road shoes just have the... I'm using my hand to describe the widget
the boa
thank
buckle.
you. But a lot of the track shoes have the shoelaces so they can get them done up very, very tight, and then the flap that goes over the top.
Named after the constrictor. Wraps around the foot to keep it in. Old school laces.
Well, it's better than the Velcro. That didn't hold shoes tight.
Well, when the Velcros first came in, I remember the 88 Olympics, I had a particular brand of Velcro shoes that I had to use electrical tape over the top of to make sure that they just didn't come apart and pull my foot out of the shoe.
I mean, if you watch much football, soccer, there's a lot of gaffer tape that goes around the laces to keep them done up as well.
So Jimmy Glasspool, Tony and Ian, the officials.
I think they're looking at the video. They're having a "we haven't seen that before" kind of chat.
Look, I think Tony might have, as the president of the commissaire panel, might have been asking, was it just the crank coming off because it wasn't done up enough, or was there an actual breakage? Because it has to be a breakage. So if your seat comes down because your seat clamp is loose, that's not a mechanical mishap.
But
it
if
has
the
to be a
clamp's
breakage.
broken,
Yeah. Another successful national championships for Queensland already. Can they get the bronze medal, or can they get the bronze medal here in the team sprint?
So is the extra recovery good for the legs, or is Ryan Elliott, has he cooled down a little bit from the warm-up?
Well, they probably,
waiting around?
to be honest, Byron Davies in particular needs this extra little bit of a break, because he did do a maximum, well, all three of them did, but it's harder for the starters as we see the repairs happening. So Pat, our repairman, Pat Curling, he's been very busy over the last couple of days, and typically with the juniors, the under-15s and under-17s coming up for their championships, that's created an extra little bit of work for Pat Curling. A couple of spills that have happened.
He's got his toolbox, some sandpaper, a vacuum cleaner, a broom.
And a pair of tweezers to take the splinters out of his own fingers after searching for them on the track. The most famous of them, I say it every time when we talk sprinters, but Azizul Arwang, if you want to Google something quite horrendous, Arwang splinter, World Cup Kieran from a number of years ago, one of the most incredible splinters through his calf, got up onto the bike to finish the race because there were points on the table that he needed for qualification for the World Championships and the Olympic Games. And it was almost like the Spokey Doke with the splinter through his leg.
What a proposition you put forward there. if you want to see something horrendous.
Yeah, but you don't have to if you don't want to. But yeah, Wank Splinter, you'll see it. Tate Ryan on the left, James Brister. Let's hope it hasn't dented his confidence. You need complete confidence in your equipment. And that was an unusual one for James to go through. Has to put down maximum power once again. The challenge that James has had previously is getting on the wheel in these team sprints. So he has to get the timing right, get the focus back again, full confidence. Queensland about to come up onto the track. So a little pause in the program. Mitchell Louis. So he was in the start position in the first 2 rounds for the Queenslanders, and he lined up in position number 3 this time. So will that change, make a big difference for them?
Ryan Elliott, he had a bit of a bound in his step, bit of spring up onto the track.
That used to be my test in the mornings, mainly in tours, road tours, but walk up the stairs in the morning to see how the legs felt, and you kind of get the indication if it's going to be a good day or a bad day, just from that.
Well, by that indicator, Ryan Elliott's on a cracker.
He's on a cracker, absolutely. So Max Liebknecht, bike going in. Byron Davies in the back straight.
The men's elite team sprint gold final. Welcome in the back straight, the team of Queensland.
So Brister, the man with the mishap, comes into the middle, led by James Glasspool. Is Brett Aiken, Olympian, former world champion. Pat on the shoulder to Max. Good luck. Queensland in the back straight.
Well, James Brister won't be worried about the crank. Maybe the crank could be worried about James Brister if
Some
it had
anger.
the consciousness.
Yeah, some
to
anger
be
taken
so.
out. So big man Byron Davies. He wasn't happy with having been pulled up. He gets to go all again. 27 seconds till we get underway. The race for gold. Queensland versus South Australia. Liebknecht, Ryan and Brister versus Davies, Louis and Elliott. And a clean start this time. No problems for James Brister. The machinery has held up under power, but the gap has really opened up, though, as Liebknecht accelerates away. Davies comes through. Ryan Elliott in good position in second wheel for the Queenslanders. So the Queensland trio get to the line in front of South Australia, but their lead rider, Liebknecht, he was out in front of all of them.
43.655 is what South Australia did in the last round. They're the fastest team to date, but Team Queensland have rallied. They've changed their order, and the gap is narrowing.
So Tate Ryan out in South Australian colours, flying around the track now. Mitchell Louis trying to bring it home, but it will be South Australia claiming the gold. 43.813. Doesn't matter about the time. They take gold medal. So the gold goes to South Australia once again. Liebknecht, Ryan and Brister. Despite the mishap for James, he comes back out better and faster than ever to get over the top of Davies, Louis and Elliott. Silver for Queensland.
So another gold for Team South Australia and this sprint crew. And the Queenslanders, I think they suffered a bit having done a full lap earlier. Essentially an extra round for Byron Davies in that start position.
Yeah, they tried to do something different there in the lineup as well. I felt that the previous formations might have been a little bit better. South Australians with better options in terms of mixing things up, and that's without Lee Hoffman, don't forget. So South Australia still win without the fastest Australian sprinter that we have at the moment in Lee Hoffman. So hats off to them. They have the depth of numbers of sprinters over there. Another gold medal for Tate Ryan this week.
In the elite women's points race, they had the scratch race last night and a upset of sorts with Riley McMullen taking the gold. Team South Australia certainly had the numbers, and they do again tonight. It will be interesting to see how this played out. Lauren Bates took the gold last year, Nicole Duncan the silver, and Kira Will took the bronze. Kira Will is the only one of those three lining up tonight. She's also got Anna Dubier out there with her for Team New South Wales. The only two in the New South Wales colours. Anna Dubier, Junior World Points Race Champion. So this is her jam. And Kira Will is really a phenomenal bunch race rider and really making her way into the elite women's national team with a good position. She and Alyssa Pilates make a excellent Madison pairing. Alyssa Pilates, one of the favourites out there tonight. She kind of got outnumbered a bit last year and ended up in 5th position.
Once again, as we saw last night, 7 South Australians on the start list, and the elephant in the room here at the championships from last night was the dominance of South Australia in that women's scratch race. Expect something similar here in the points race. So Alyssa Pilates, Alana Forster, who is a former para world champion, C5 category, Alana Hribar and also Quinn Rothenbuehler, they are the Victorians. From the ACT, Claudia Marks on her own, Kira Will from New South Wales, also with Anna Dubier. Then you've got all of those South Australians. Madeline Wasserback, Liani Vandenberg, Riley McMullen, gold last night, Maeve Plouffe, who picked up the silver, Odette Lynch, Sophie Edwards got bronze in the scratch race, and Ava Schmidtke. Edwards also won the 4,000 metre individual pursuit the other day, the qualifying time of 4:32, which was a national record, so she's on sensational form. And we are underway, 100 laps. Sprint every 10 laps for points, 5, 3, 2 and 1. Double points on the final sprint, 10, 6, 4 and 2. If you take a lap on the field, you'll get 20 points for your troubles.
And in a race this length, those double points are less consequential than when the race is a little bit shorter. But having said that, we've seen some ding-dong battles this week where it has come down to the final sprint and who places whether it's double points or not. There's been a number of riders within podium contention. We'll see as it plays out what Team South Australia will do. If they want to use their dominance of numbers, it will be very hard to argue against that. But Claudia Marks isn't waiting around to see what Team South Australia are going to do. Our champion in the individual pursuit and the kilometre time trial, certainly able to inflict a little bit of damage.
Maddie Wasserback is the first of those South Australians. Kira Will from New South Wales. They haven't been able to get across to Claudia Marks here, so a big acceleration from Claudia. And it's good that she's making everyone chase. 3 Victorians are already off the back. So Alyssa Pilates might not have the support she was hoping for. 4 Victorians in the race, but 3 of them already dropped. Starting to hurt out there for Claudia now. 94 to go. Still yet to get to the first sprint.
If you're going to take a lap in a points race, ideally you want to take it pretty quickly, be out there for the least amount of time as possible. Claudia Marks is animated, made some legs hurt, but ultimately she's just swung up the track. You can see her at the top there in yellow from the ACT. Otherwise it is a sea of blue and red. Victoria and New South Wales skin suits are quite similar, but 3 of the Victorian riders have actually dropped to just below, just to off the back of the group. So Alyssa Pilates, the sole Victorian at the front.
Well, they'll come around to get the first bell for the intermediate sprint. Every 10 laps, 2 of the Vics have been able to get back on, only 1 out the back now, and the first sprint coming. Sophie Edwards, Maeve Plouffe goes over the top of her. So South Australia first and second. Plouffe, Edwards, then it's Pilates. Pilates steps out, Edwards accelerates, Plouffe does likewise to counteract each other, and Maeve Plouffe will pick up the first 5 points. McMullen picks up 3rd place with Pilates finishing 4th, so 1 point for the Victorian.
And hotly contested only insofar as Plouffe really ratcheted up the speed, but Team South Australia just sitting in formation.
Odette Lynch putting in pressure on Pilates. If she's true to her normal form, she would love this situation, likes to go on the attack. She's going to have to, though. She's not going to want a sprint festival and battle against the mighty colours of red from South Australia. Best to get out there, gain a lap on the field if you can. And if you're going to do it, you're going to have to probably do it with the South Australian. So gap opening up a little bit here. Opportunity for some big points to come.
It is the best opportunity, I think, for Pilates to find a South Australian, and probably a South Australian that will, A, willingly ride with her, and B, that Pilates thinks, you know, perhaps I can beat them in a sprint.
Look closely at the South Australian, because what she has done has put her numbers upside down. So if we can get to focus on her, she's number 68, but she's got them up around the wrong way, which makes it difficult to read from the outside or the inside of the track. So Odette, slap on the wrist for you for that one.
Well, the commissaires won't like it, and actually, technically, she can be disqualified.
It looks
for
like
that.
89.
It does,
Yeah.
and I don't think under these circumstances that the commissaires will disqualify her. But if it was at international level, it may well happen. Whoops. That's not her fault. Suggest she didn't put her own numbers on.
No, probably not. So 84 to go, and they are well and truly on their way to gaining a lap here. So they'll get 20 points for that. And I'll see if they want to hang back a little bit for this next intermediate sprint, the second one coming, and maximise the opportunity to gain some points out of her in front. 83 to go now.
I mean, ordinarily it would be a bit risky to hang back and try and get the points. But given the race dynamics and with Team South Australia, with so many numbers, it would be unusual for them to really put the pressure on with their teammate out there, especially seeking some points.
Well, these riders, they ride in the Pro Velo Super League for the Butterfield Zip Track and Meridian Blue teams. Great to see those teams in the national program on the road, supporting women's cycling, and they are just deciding to hang back. So they'll get the bell this time. This will be an interesting little battle between these two now. So Pilates and Odette Lynch drifts up the track a little bit. Now Pilates out of the seat, so she can sprint into the field here, no problem. They will pick up the points regardless. So she will make contact and get the 5 points, Alicia Pilates. So Pilates picks up the 5, Lynch will get 3. They both get the extra 20 points for gaining a lap. And already 2 riders have gone off the front of the race. It's Kira Will and Riley McMullen.
So it is a good job for Pilates to carry the speed. So Anna Dubier,
Dubier it is.
And McMullen now using the sprint as an opportunity to open up a gap. And it's a good one. And the same dynamics are in play. Kira Will from New South Wales isn't going to chase Dubier. Team South Australia isn't really going to chase McMullen. We saw that last night. They're already half a lap up. It's all about timing, and that was beautiful timing. And Pilates did a really good job of accelerating into an accelerating bunch to make sure that she didn't get caught at the back either.
Well, 76 to go. No pressure in the main field. So these 2 riders, well and truly on their way to picking up the 20 points as well. This could be an enormous number of laps taken in this race, just because of the tactical advantage the South Australians have. Is if a red jersey goes off the front, the rest of or half of the field won't be chasing them down. So that's something that Anna Dubier and also Alyssa Pilates will be looking out for in the next attacks that will be coming. At 75 to go for the peloton, 74 for our 2 leaders. You can see the peloton there just in front. So they've eased off a little bit. Likewise, in the previous lap gain, they're thinking about this next sprint. They don't want to catch the peloton just yet, but the peloton's that slow. I don't think they're going to have a choice here. So McMullen does come up towards the back of the bunch. And the sprint will be from everyone this time, so it's all back together. Another 2 riders gaining a lap and getting 20 points.
Well, that'll put them in the top 4, but they didn't gain any points while doing it, so they'll still need to hustle their way to the front. Claudia Marks on the top, building some speed. but someone in the crowd yelled, I don't love it when the crowd do that, when they have like a spotter who makes a big noise. When the stadium is heaving and super noisy, you actually can't hear that kind of interference, but tonight acoustically you can. And
when
that
you say
kind
someone in the crowd, it was a coach from the
coach.
infield.
But it shut down Claudia Mark's move because everybody heard it, saw it coming.
So Maeve Plouffe once again leads on a sprint lap. Claudia Mark's in second position. Then it's Alyssa Pilates. So this is good point scoring for Pilates. Lap gain plus these points as well as the 5 in the previous one. So 5 for Plouffe. That'll take her to 10. But it's Pilates that gains the most. 2 points for her to add to her 26. So she'll go to 28 points.
And Claudia Mark's taking the 3 for second. So in terms of best of the rest, like those who are just sprinting for points at this stage, Maeve Plouffe and Claudia Marks are doing the best job there. But Pilates got those points without much effort. She just followed a good wheel in Claudia Marks. So that was a smart way to ride. But South Australia, well, they're at it again.
Big move from Edwards. Yeah.
Sophie Edwards, she won't want to sit around and let this bike race get away from her. If there were 6 riders who'd already taken a lap and then she tried, it would just be a little bit harder to do. But she's got some company with Kira Will, and she's also got Liane Vanderberg, one of her South Australian teammates.
So these 3 riders not involved with the lap gains that we've already seen. So that'll bring 3 more riders up into contention, but no one yet able to take 2 laps and get a bit of a distance in the overall point standings. Pilates still leads ahead of McMullen, Lynch and Dubier. Question always gets posed for these attacks. Who has the strength or the willingness to start the chasing? And thus far, every time there's been an attack, no one in the bunch has wanted to do anything about it. So 3 riders working well together down the back straight. They'll come around to get 64 laps to go. Kira Will leads the way. That's the peloton led by Claudia Marks. All the South Australians drifting up as well with 2 teammates on the other side of the track. They do not want to do anything to increase the tempo in the peloton. Dr. Alana Forster, the white helmet for the Victorians at the top of the track, and this is our trio. They're about to reach the peloton now, so another lap gain as Edwards will just cruise up towards the back of the bunch. So still a couple of laps until the next sprint, but it will be all together for that one as we get to 62 to go. So Vandenberg, Edwards and Will. 20 points for each of those. Won't change the situation for Alyssa Pilates, though. She still is the outright leader on 28 points. Then it's McMullen on 25, Edwards and Lynch on 23 apiece, Dubier 21, Kira Will and Vandenberg on 20 apiece. And down the back straight once more, the next of our intermediate sprints. Alyssa Pilates showing sensational form here, looking for another 5 points. Claudia Marks from the ACT will get 3. Oh, no, maybe not. 2 points perhaps for her. McMullen might have gone over the top to pick up the 3 points. We'll wait for confirmation, but it was definitely 5 points there for Pilates. So the numbers are against Alyssa Pilates, but she's riding really well.
Well, she is in an opportunity to follow the right wheels, because even within Team South Australia, they may be riding supportively of each other, but at the end of the day, there's still a gold medal. And if 3 or 4 start riding against Alyssa Pilates, ultimately they'll end up riding against themselves as well. So there's a number of riders, 6, who've taken laps already at this early stage in the race. Ultimately, it'll still come down to sprint points.
Well, let's hypothesise a little bit as we get to 57 to go. Next attack, it's Odette Lynch that's gone once again. So this will be the first rider to take 2 laps if she can get around. McMullen has gone out after her. Now Kira Will coming also. So after the slight controversy, we'll say, from the scratch race last night. There may have been a conversation within the South Australian outfit to say, come on, let's race against each other a little bit more, because now Maeve Plouffe has come across as well. No blocking at all for this next attack, because they all seem to be out after each other.
And that's a good situation. Forget the colours they're in. Let's just look at the races. For Kira Will, it's a great position for her to be in. She is quite handy in a sprint. And actually, if she wanted to be in a breakaway where she could be comfortable about getting some sprint points, this is actually a really good one for her. Sophie Edwards isn't there. Sophie's someone who is, has a very good sprint on her.
Well, in this group here, we can see Pilates and Vandenberg. Now, what just happened off camera that I caught was Pilates swung up to get Leonie Vandenberg to come through. She wasn't willing to. They swung up the track, and then Pilates had to go again. So Vandenberg definitely not wanting to help Alessa get across to this lead group. So a little bit of team tactics involved there. Pilates, though, does have the strength to close the gap down. Now we have 6 riders in front.
A 6-rider breakaway is usually not that functional, but in this race it's going to prove to at least be semi-functional because the peloton is also not particularly functional or motivated. Claudia Marks is the only one there who would really want to do too much, and she's only one rider.
Well, Kira Will leading what looks like a Kieran final here. 6 riders, 51 laps to go. Halfway point for the women's points race. And it's Will down the back straight. Big move coming from Maeve Plouffe. Thankfully, wearing a white helmet to distinguish her from the rest of the South Australians easily. She'll get the 5 points ahead of Kira Will. Vandenberg will get 2 points for third. And it was McMullen, 1 point in fourth place.
So they will take a lap and get the 20 points. This will be the first lap for Maeve Plouffe.
Yeah, all the others already gained a lap. So that'll change things a little bit, but not that much considering the big contenders, Pilates, McMullen, Edwards and Lynch all in that group. And Claudia Marks, good move from her, all on her own for the ACT. Absolutely powered off the front just at the right time. She's taking Edwards with her.
And Edwards and Marks are a really good combination. Leonie Vandenberg, she's riding out of her skin. She's there as well. She's already taken 1 lap. She would be very happy to get a second. And it would be Claudia Marks's first and Sophie Edwards' first as well. So Vandenberg has the most to gain from this trio. And given that Pilates, Dubier et al., they know that Edwards and Marks are dangerous, but they know that they haven't taken a lap yet. So they'll be less inclined to put a lot of effort into chasing this as well. They're 3/4 of a lap up. But that's where Vandenberg's smart. She just kind of sneaks in under the radar a little bit.
I was Wasserback that was in that last group taking a lap. So yeah, Pilates on 53, McMullen 49, Will on 43. They're your top 3 at the moment. However, 3 riders about to gain 20 points. It's 44 laps to go. So Claudia Marks will get 20 points for this one. She'll be happy with that. That's her first lap gain. She'll go to 25 points.
It brings her back into the bike race somewhat. Sophie Edwards will get herself to 43 points. Leonie Vandenberg will go up to 40 points. I mean, it's a lot of points, but that's still the top 9 is what we're looking at.
Yeah. Yep. It doesn't change the top 2, Pilates and McMullen. Kira Will third. They stay in the same positions, but Edwards is tied now with Kira Will on 43. So Pilates able to save a little bit of energy there. With those 3 riders taking a lap, she stayed in the peloton, didn't worry about chasing them, even though that has brought Sophie Edwards closer to the top 3. So Wasserback it is that leads. 41 laps to go. She has a big enough gap here to pick up the 5 points. There's going to be a real fight, though, for second and third. Maeve Plouffe it is that goes through first. Pilates in third place on the track. Wasserback gets the 5. Plouffe will get the 3. Then it's Pilates with 2 and McMullen with 1.
takes the two behind her. And
Alyssa Pilates doing a very good job here. Maeve Plouffe it was that just kept going. It's very good timing for Plouffe.
Yeah, really putting some pressure on Pilates.
Riley McMullen is sitting pretty on top of, at the back of Pilates. Really great timing to attack straight after a sprint when everybody's hurting. And what you can't see, but he's just out of the back of shot, we'll see in the wild shot, is Claudia Marks is losing a lap now. So she's off the back of the peloton. She's really paid the price for the effort.
So Plouffe continues on at the front. And there are gaps all the way through. So some riders sitting on and not having to do some chasing, but typically all of them having to put a bit of pressure on the pedals there. So that big acceleration from Maeve Plouffe really would have hurt the legs of so many of these riders. And Kira Will taking the opportunity to dive underneath and go on the next attack. It's McMullen that's just behind her trying to close it down. Anna Dubier is the third rider on the track, the second of the riders from New South Wales. And that is forcing Sophie Edwards now to do the chasing. Pilates is the one that's losing out. She's starting to really struggle now, Alyssa Pilates.
Oh, she has been caught out.
Yeah.
Will and Dubier from New South Wales have done a good job of forcing this. McMullen up there as well. Isn't she having a sensational championship? The champion from the scratch race last night. Claudia Marks is less than half a lap in front of this 5.
So 5 riders off the front altogether. Kira Will leads the way. McMullen, Edwards, and we've got Dubier there as well. And also Ava Schmidtke is the third of the South Australians.
And Schmidtke yet to take a lap. She's had 1 point, so a 4th place in a sprint. So she's the least consequence rider in the group.
Well, what they are not perhaps noticing is that behind the chase group, Alyssa Pilates was really in a lot of trouble. She's been able to latch back on again, but they haven't kept the pressure on out in front in this particular group. So they'll come around to get 32 laps to go. There's another sprint coming up the next time around. And Edwards now just putting a little bit more pressure on, trying to distance that first group from the chase group.
So Marks from the ACT, you'll see her in the breakaway group, but she's actually just been lapped. So this is the chase group now. That's Alyssa Pilates in the in the black helmet. So Marks just lost a lap down.
So she'll be minus 20 points after gaining 20 for taking a lap for Claudia Marks. She leads down the back straight. McMullen swings up. Edwards now underneath, jumps out of the saddle. This will be the shortest sprint that we've seen so far. They are all so tired. Kira Will in second position, is it? Or Dubier it is. So Edwards comes through to pick up the 5. Dubier, then McMullen, and then it was Schmidtke. So no points that time for Kira Will. She sits in third place overall, but McMullen did pick up some points. Pilates will still be leading, but she's caught in that second group. That's her third last. And the lead group being led once again by Edwards. Edwards now moves into third place on 48 points.
It's half a lap, the difference, but the peloton wiping the speed off. Alyssa Pilates will need, unfortunately, to do this on her own.
Yeah.
Team South Australia's not helping her. Over half a lap down. As long as that leading group of, I say 5, there's 6 there, but Marks is a lap down. As long as they continue on, they will gain this lap, and Pilates will find herself in a really precarious situation. She'll lose the lead because McMullen, Edwards, they will all catapult ahead of her.
26 to go. Group out in front, working well together. The one in the yellow colours was caught, losing 20 points. That's Claudia Marks. The other 5, they are still trying to catch the peloton to go 1 lap up and gain an extra 20 points each.
At this point,
Sophie Edwards and McMullen are in the box seat here to win.
Yeah, at this point, Pilates is best served to just let them take a lap and really seek those double points in the final sprint, as well as some along the way, and that might really help accelerate her back up onto the podium.
It's about to happen, so the next attack is coming. But while that happens off the front for Leonie Vandenberg, those lead riders now have made contact with the peloton. So big advantage now. That was McMullen, Edwards and Will. Second, third and fourth in the overall standings, and they will go to the very top, and McMullen, will go into the gold medal position after gaining that lap.
Leonie Vandenberg, sneaky move from her. She is over half a lap up on the chasing peloton. She would actually catapult up into the gold medal position if she can take another lap and another 20 points. She's already got 2 laps. Hasn't scored any points in any sprints, interestingly.
Well, they haven't updated the laps gained from that last group just yet. So it still have Alyssa Pilates at the top of the leaderboard, but we have to have that adjustment. Vandenberg, really solid sprint from her, but the peloton is strung right out. So this is going to be tough for Vandenberg to try and get around. This is further back. And Kira Will leading the peloton. So Kira Will's in a good position here. So what they did do, rather than give 20 points for the lap gain, they docked all the other riders 20 points for losing a lap on the field. So McMullen leads the way on 52 now. Edwards on 48. We'll see how it settles after that last sprint, because it was a points pick up there for Kira Will, who sits in third on 43 for now.
Vandenberg took the 5 points, but she's had quite a chunk taken out of her lead.
Yep.
And Maeve Plouffe, number 71, great individual pursuiter. She's gone out solo. There she is in the white helmet. She's got a plait that runs down her back, easy to identify. Now, if these pair can get together, that's a very dangerous situation for Riley McMullen and Sophie Edwards, because Leonie Vandenberg would go to the top. But the thing is, McMullen and Edwards are both from South Australia. They're not going to be the ones to chase down Vandenberg and McMullen. It's almost like their team strategy is, we're not going to race for each other, but we're also not going to really stuff it up for each other. So if you take the opportunity and off you go, then the opportunity is there. And that's where Plouffe did the right thing by jumping across, not dragging the entire field over, but jumping across, and the pairing getting much closer now to gaining that lap.
So Plouffe is helping Vandenberg here. Leonie was just off the back a little bit struggling, and then she backed off a little bit just to give her a bit of respite, and now sort of towing her around. Thinking about this next point sprint, you can see just cruising around. Peloton, no pace on. 16 laps to go for them. It'll be 15 to go for our 2 leaders, Maeve Plouffe and Leonie Vandenberg, and they are just hovering behind them to pick up the next points. That'll be the penultimate sprint, then only the double points to go.
Well, and although they've backed right off.
It's almost like they've given up. They're going that slow.
Well, I mean, this is actually too much. They've backed off too much, because if the peloton do accelerate sharply, Plouffe and Vandenberg have been out there for so long that they really could be at risk.
Well, this is nuts. Crazy how slow they're going in the lead. They want this next sprint, the peloton. They just want them to gain the lap so they can get back into the racing.
I mean, Vandenberg would go to the top of the medal tally. If she can get this 5 points and take the lap, then she can't be beaten. If she doesn't get the points, but she takes the lap, then she almost certainly would get beaten.
And Kira Will doing the right thing, the New South Wales rider on the attack, really trying to string things out. So she's absolutely going for it. She's taken Odette Lynch with her. Odette happy to do a little bit of turn in pace, and this is where the leaders might get called out, because the big acceleration from the peloton, they might not get the 20 points they were hunting now, because they were playing games.
Well, there's been a change in body language from Maeve Plouffe and Leonie Vandenberg. They're certainly trying to ratchet it back up again, but if the peloton keeps the speed on, they might find themselves in strife. They will get the points, though. They've just gotten the bell for 11 to go, so halfway on their mission.
I think they'll sprint into the back of the peloton here. The peloton, of course, will accelerate because there's still some points on offer. McMullen leads on 53, Edwards 48. Plouffe picked up the 5 there, so only 3 points for Vandenberg. She'll go to 43. Gain a lap, that'll take it to 63. So that is going to be very telling with one sprint to come. Picking up the minor scraps, McMullen ahead of Edwards. So McMullen will go to 55. So Plouffe now driving it to try and get to the back of the field. The two opponents for Vandenberg are off the front in McMullen and Edwards, but Plouffe doing a great job here for Liani.
Yeah, that is a gold medal team effort right there from Plouffe and Liani Vandenberg. Look, of all of the celebrated riders from South Australia, she has been plugging away for many years, and she hasn't been one of the ones on the top step.
Yep.
This is a great, tenacious ride from her, albeit with a bit of love and support from Maeve Plouffe. But they gained the lap and the 20 points that go along with it. Riley McMullen is the one, and Sophie Edwards, who they don't want it to go that way, and they're now half a lap up. The two who were sitting in gold and silver, who are now sitting in silver and bronze, have said enough of that, and they're half a lap up. Will they make it in time though, or will they just take the 10 and the 6 points respectively?
I think they've got enough, and Edwards needs to. Edwards really wants to win here. She has to catch the field and then get points in the final to try and get over the top of McMullen. But Riley McMullen looks as if she might have this all wrapped up. 4 laps to go. Edwards comes through. McMullen second. 6-point margin between those two.
Well, McMullen is winning this race with 4 laps to go by taking that lap. Liani Vandenberg has put herself in a perfect position, but it won't to be. And Alana Forster.
On the attack, and you see the two riders have gained the peloton. So McMullen and Edwards, they'll get an extra 20 points each. So McMullen on 76, Edwards now on 70, Kira Will in the bronze medal position on 46. It's 2 laps to go, and Anna Dubier now doing the lead out for Kira Will. Wants to see her finish up on the podium. Maeve Plouffe is still in contention. She's in 4th place on 45. But as they come around to get 1 lap to go, it's Anna Dubier. Kira Will now steps out to go. Odette Lynch following her. But it's Kira Will that's hunting the 10 points that are on offer. That'll guarantee that she stays in the bronze medal position. It won't change anything unless Maeve Plouffe comes from nowhere to get up there, and she's not going to do that. So Kira Will get the 10 points. Odette Lynch will get the 6. But it's Riley McMullen that wins the scratch race and now the points race. 2 gold medals in the bunch races, 1 in the team pursuit as well. Triple gold for Riley McMullen from South Australia, ahead of Sophie Edwards and Kira Will.
What a sensational race from Riley McMullen. She put herself, from the very beginning, she put her foot down and showed her intentions. Showing them is one thing, delivering something else again. So that's sensational. The most consistent endurance rider in the elite women here for Riley McMullen.
Really strong. Like, she's not super quick, but just so strong. Big diesel engine just keeps plugging away. So fantastic rides in both the scratch and the points race. And it's South Australia gold and silver. Kira Will, only a couple of New South Wales riders in the race. So the final standings has McMullen on 76, Edwards on 70. Neither of those two picking up points in the final sprint. It didn't matter in the end. Will got the 10 points to guarantee the bronze medal for her, ahead of Maeve Plouffe. Liani Vandenberg in 5th. Then it was Pilates after a courageous performance from her. Just got to one little point where she went deep into the red and could not recover. She finishes 6th. Odette Lynch, 7th place. Anna Dubier in 8th. Claudia Marks, after gaining a lap, then losing a lap, she picked up 9 points to finish in 9th. And it was Madeline Wasserbach on 7 points, rounding out the top 10.
And the elite men's elimination is up next. There's Oscar Gallagher. We saw Sam Gallagher earlier.
Yeah, Oscar bronze medal last night. That was in the scratch race.
The brothers were both on the podium last night, which is quite cool. In a sea of red for South Australia.
So Pilates early on looking really good.
And a similar, she was 6th, she was 5th last year, kind of got numbered out of the race, and it's happened again here. But she rode a great race for genuinely being on her own. But
this was a fascinating situation in the race with Maeve Plouffe just backing off to pick up some points before getting to the field.
You know, I think there was a bit of confusion with Liani Vandenberg and the number of laps taken. We expected her to be 20 points ahead of what the commissaires gave her in the end. And I think that was in part because at one point in the race, instead of giving riders 20 points, they docked riders 20 points.
Just go by what we can see on the screen.
So
men's elimination is coming up now. You can see the riders on the track. Start list: Ryan Koroknai, Ed Marks, Claudia's brother. Josh Duffy from Tasmania. Shout out to the Duffys watching in Tasmania and the grandparents. Big shout out to you. Let's see what Josh can do. Silver medal in the scratch race last night. The elimination, he's certainly handy, Josh, in these bunch races. Points race is one that sometimes gets a little bit too far for him, but elimination scratch race, see what he can come away with here. Last year's champion, Kurt Ether, certainly one to watch. Number 7 from New South Wales. Noah Blannon, he was the winner in the scratch race, just ahead of Josh Duffy. The young Queenslander really trying to stamp his intention of being part of the national team. He really wants to go to the Commonwealth Games this year, Noah Blannon. Okay, they're not selecting the team off these bunch races. He's part of the team pursuit outlook as well, but showing real consistency here, the youngster.
So a reminder, we're looking at the back of the peloton, which is surprising for some of the riders because...
Well, they won't start them just yet. They have to bunch up first.
Yes, and that's because otherwise there's this disadvantage.
Yeah.
If the riders haven't even been able to get on yet, then how can they possibly position themselves to not get eliminated? The bell
The whistle
indicates... Oh,
yeah.
whistle.
It's a whistle.
Gee, it's been a long week. The whistle indicates they're underway.
Strangest sounding bell I've ever heard. So whistle indicates, so 2 opening laps that time because they were not together. Now we have our first elimination lap, and it's Josh Duffy that is right at the very back after talking him up.
He won't be there for long. He'll zoom around the
Come on, Josh.
outside. It shows a bit of confidence to do that, unless, of course, he goes out and then it just shows a little bit of miscalculation.
Here he comes. It'll be his teammate, Jonas Shelverton, that'll be the first to go. So Josh stays in and Shelverton goes out.
Well, and Shelverton's a very solid bike rider, just come up from the juniors. A little bit of inexperience there, maybe thrown under the bus a little bit by his teammate inadvertently.
Yeah. Oi, and it's Tom Cornish. Tom Cornish is the rider that's gone down. So the former Team Sprint World Champion from 2022 made the transition to endurance racing last year, and welcome to the elimination, Tom.
Well, he got a medal at the World Cup in Perth. He was brilliant.
Yeah. It's been a great transition.
For about 12 eliminations, he was last until he wasn't. He did a really good job. So they'll neutralise the race. That's what the yellow flag there is from Commissaire Rachel, and wait until Cornish can rejoin. He's just checking his tyres. There are some spare wheels that have been taken up, but he looks all right. They're just checking.
Yeah, you can see the yellow flag from Rachel, our commissaire, just making sure they know that it's still under neutral until he has the opportunity to get back in. 5 laps is what he's allowed to have. You can see just Angus, I think it is, the young commissaire with his fingers up, just letting everybody know how many laps he has had out. And then Jonas Shelverton just goes past as well, our first eliminated rider. But Tom's okay, he's coming back onto the track.
And it was a very protective position from him as he fell too, you know, hands up around protecting head.
So let's see where he drops back in, because we saw this in the under-19s where the rider coming back in after a crash went right to the very back and put himself in danger again. Tom should be smart enough to drop in towards the front, as he does. So goes midfield. Oh, don't go too far back, Tom. It's going to hurt to try and sprint again.
He's got a lot of bark off too, so let's see how long the adrenaline lasts as well for him. But
well, he's dropped right into the middle of the bunch, so he could be really hurt as well. Let's be clear on that. I can see a lot of blood on the right side, so he is certainly very, very much hurt, Tom Cornish.
Andre Dubier from New South Wales in a little bit of strife, but he'll duck over the top, and I think Cornish is in trouble if he stays underneath, because underneath is the danger spot.
Aubrey Price it is that's out the back, so Tom will get to stay in for another lap because Aubrey Price has self-eliminated. He'll be the second one to go after that delay from the crash.
33, rider number 33, Victoria.
So that is rider number 33. He chose to take himself out of the race, essentially, so that was an easy one for the commissaire.
I think you just had a look at the right-hand side of Tom Cornish and thought, I don't want to have any of that. I'm out of here.
Bryce Nichols from Victoria is the Victorian that's in a little bit of strife at the back, and another self-elimination of sorts. You can't even see him in the shot because he's just sat up. There he is now. So daylight to the front. But Toby Jones, he's come up from juniors last year, the Queenslander, number 20. You'll see him in a moment on the very back.
Well, he's hurting.
He needs to move himself up. He's got the engine, but the positioning is not where it needs to be.
Well, it looks like he has a grimace on his face as we see Nichols that's been eliminated. So Toby Jones, the big tall Queenslander, not really making any effort to try and stay in this one. He did have a grimace on his face as he came past our position, so he'll be the next to go.
2-0 Queensland.
Bummer for Toby. He's a very solid bike rider. Some days you're the hammer, some days you're the nail. Tom Cornish, he's hanging out at the back there.
Well, sometimes you're the splinter. And that's Tom Cornish at the moment. So at the back, you can see the red coming through from the exposed skin.
It's Ed Marks with him and Jack Dola from Western Australia. But, some trouble for Queensland underneath. The bottom of the track is the most dangerous place to be. And he's run out of space. Noah Blannon. Oopsie.
Yeah, interesting. The winner of the scratch race last night. Next one to go. So Cornish has slipped into what he was doing at the World Cup, staying at the back and just pipping riders as he goes. And you can see there he has Jack Dola on the inside from Western Australia. He'll be keeping an eye on him, just trying to box him in as they go around the final bend. You can see a little acceleration from Tom there, just to make sure Jack doesn't get out. Just trying to smother the Western Australian and forcing him out, unless it's down the bottom.
Yeah, Logan Taplin. No, it was Jack Dola. Logan Taplin from Victoria, though. He's number 35. He really got stuck underneath.
Well, it was Cornish that took Dola out there. He chose to see Dola get eliminated by boxing him in. And you can see now just
it's quite grim, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep. Just pointing the finger, I'll take you. Yep. Out you go. And he'll try and do that again now for Taplin. So Taplin out of the saddle. He's going to try and keep himself in here with a big acceleration. Not going to be able to get there.
Oh, but down the bottom, Rowan Hayden-Smith, excellent in the points race. He needs to back out. That's him at the back there because Logan Taplin is out. But Queensland...
They haven't...
No,
so they didn't do the elimination. Yep, so they kept Taplin in. I've already put a line through Taplin's name here.
No, let's bring him back.
Yep.
Oh, he's moved right up, but underneath, Rowan Hayden-Smith is at the back. If he ducks around, it could well come at the cost of Tom Cornish.
Yeah, watch Cornish. He'll just park himself on the outside of Taplin, but Rowan Hayden-Smith will come around. Duffy's in trouble here now. So Duffy backed out to try and get some room, but Rowan Hayden-Smith has boxed him in, and Josh Duffy is the next to go. You can see him backpedaling as he was accelerating into the back of the wall of riders. Had to back pedal furiously.
We'll see a replay. You can see he looks pretty grumpy.
Yeah.
He's a bit annoyed with that.
Just caught underneath, realising it too late, backing out and trying to accelerate. And now Rowan Hayden-Smith just trying to pick them off from the back. It'll be Cornish that he's looking at. One of the riders on the inside might be in trouble. Taplin. Rowan over the top, as does Tom, and right down the bottom, it's Taplin this time with nowhere to go.
Well, he's a cat with 9 lives, Logan Taplin.
Did not have to cross his name out. It's already been done.
It's already been done. Tom Cornish, he really does love just the micro accelerations sitting at the back.
Well, Rowan's gone on right over the top, but he doesn't want to be out there. So you can see him just backing off a little bit. Big acceleration put him right off the front. Cornish once again.
It's actually a great position for Ed Marks, who's, on the front, but actually has something to chase. But, some elbows coming in there.
Well, Koroknai, number 1. He's in third position now, but he was last across the line, depending on... No, Oscar Gallagher.
That was the shoulder. I was
Yep.
just about to say before they even called that out, look at what he's doing. He's not just shouldering, he is headbutting. And
So they won't be an elimination lap this time because Oscar stayed in, and that's him in second position. So he has not left the track, has not heard Matt Pointer, who's said his name about 15 times.
he doesn't want to hear
Yep,
his
so
name.
they won't be an elimination lap this time until Oscar goes out. He doesn't know why. He's confused as to why. I didn't see the infringement.
Okay, now he is a very smart bike rider and he's a very savvy bike rider. It should be clear why he is out. He very clearly threw a headbutt and a shoulder butt. And we will get a replay of it to be able to see that clearly.
Yep. Well, there's a test for our producer. If I can
Yes,
find
sorry,
that
guys.
elimination. It's several laps ago now.
But Ed Marks, he did not move out of the sprinters lane.
he's
He
filthy.
held his own.
So
and
where's Oscar?
he's
Oscar's... we're back into the live
Yeah.
racing. So into the next elimination lap. And Blake Quick it is that leads. Rowan Hayden-Smith from off the front to slightly off the back. But he has Dubier in his sights, or Marks perhaps, in the yellow colours. Dubier looks over his shoulder, sees Rowan Hayden-Smith coming, and it will be Dubier that goes.
Well, Dubier's just been quietly hanging in there. His sister we just saw in the women's points race. And 6 riders left. And wouldn't you know it, Tom Cornish is one of them. He's at the front now.
Yeah. He won't have time to change his skin suit before the presentation either if he does get himself into the medals. He's on the front. He doesn't want to be in that position, the ex-sprinter. Hayden-Smith over the top of Marks. He has marked Ed as the rider to go, and that's what it's going to be.
So Ed Marks is out. And here we can see Rowan Hayden-Smith just ducking over the top. Marks having nowhere to go.
Riders all over the place here. Rowan Hayden-Smith almost taken out just then. So really tight racing.
Blake Quick, little bit of a tussle with Tom Cornish.
Well, we haven't mentioned Kurt Ether for the whole race. That's a good thing. He's been up towards the front and out of the way. Koroknai is the one to go. Oh, 17.
That's Blake Quick. It's because
Too aggressive.
threw a shoulder barge.
Yep.
And
So too aggressive.
it's just not tolerated anymore.
And the crowd, you can hear the crowd beside us saying, what? So they didn't see the infringement. You have to have clean racing as well. So Blake Quick and Oscar Gallagher, they can have coffee tomorrow morning and talk about what they did wrong in the elimination to be eliminated. Down to 4 riders now as Blake Quick has taken himself out of it. Hayden-Smith trying to get to Kurt Ether. The defending champion might be out this time. Oh, no, it's Rowan Hayden-Smith. Well, let's just wait.
And Ryan
It is Rowan
Koroknai,
Hayden-Smith.
he's self-eliminated himself, I think, not quite realising that he's still in the bike race. He'll figure it out in a moment.
So Koroknai, Koroknai's still in. Oh, well, I would have called it off that slow-mo.
Well, he's still in, but he's looked up
He's got to be cooked.
he's looked up at Cornish and Ether, and he's just shook his head and he said, I'm done.
You guys have it. He was
Yeah.
cooked. In that, I'd love to see that replay again. It looked like it was Koroknai. However, we're down to 3. The elimination will happen this time with Koroknai. So it's a bronze medal for Ryan Koroknai. He'll be wrapped with that. Great performance from him, considering the turmoil. He was a part of it earlier on as well. And that brings us down to 2. A former Team Sprint world champion in Tom Cornish. We know how fast he is. And he's up against the defending champion and the Omnium national champion, Kurt Ether. He's super quick on the road. But Tom Cornish is an ex-champion on the track. And Ether goes early, tries to come over the top of Tom Cornish. And he's going to get there. Cornish could fight back. He has to give him some room on the outside. Cornish now with the advantage. The former world team sprint champion's going to come through and win gold. Cornish gets there, skin off, blood flowing, and a gold medal to hang around his neck.
What a comeback if ever we've seen one. Tom Cornish, not an efficient way to win a gold medal by any stretch of the imagination.
It's a painful way to win.
But brilliant there. And you can see all the bark off, all the way from the shoulder down the hip on the elbow. Look, Ether did brilliant job, but he also rode very respectfully here because he could have.
Oh, the temptation.
He really kind of could have chopped down.
The temptation to chop Tom in half.
Even a little. Even if he came down and didn't go within the line or didn't impede, he definitely could have balked him. But he didn't, and Cornish just had the horsepower. And Ether knew that that's what he was up against as well. That was a crazy race. There's some cranky riders who think that they shouldn't have been eliminated. I'm talking about Oscar Gallagher, of course, and Blake Quick. But it did look quite clear where their infringements were. And I understand there's a lot of tussling for wheels in eliminations, but the commissaires have made it pretty clear that they're running a pretty tight ship here.
And this is the crash from Tom Cornish. So from on the deck to on the top step of the podium. What a transition it has been for him from the sprint program into the endurance world. And he'll have to be very careful tonight. This is one of those awkward moments where if you don't dress the wounds properly, you wake up tomorrow morning and your bed sheets, as you get out of bed, they come with you, stuck to the body.
Yes.
Do not miss those days. So there's Quick in the Queensland colours. Cornish stays in. There's Koroknai.
And that was where Gallagher was out. And I think Gallagher will probably say, no, Mark's moved up. I didn't move down.
Yeah.
But actually, the way I saw it in real time, remembering that Hayden Smith was just in front, so they were coming up upon him, and Marks was having to move out a little bit. Oh, look.
I'd like to see it all again now.
In another race, in eliminations, they have a short amount of time.
Doesn't matter in the end. Tom Cornish is the winner of the elimination at the National Championships. He is our final race winner. And we can see there's Oscar Gallagher in the blue colours, right? So right there, he just wants to stop Marks from running. So Marks is trying to move Oscar up. Now, in my book, Marks moved Gallagher. Gallagher was trying to hold him. He held his line, and Marks moved him up. So it should have been Ed gone, from my liking. But it's too hard and fast to make those decisions.
Well, that's right.
Challenging.
Yeah, that's right.
So in a points race, if you're stuck underneath and you move a rider up to get out to make some points in a sprint, you'll be the one relegated. That's what happened there, but it went against Oscar. So he's got a fair argument on that one. And, of course, back to the track repair. This is Tom Cornish's fault. Tom, you did this. We're stuck on track repair 101 once again.
Yeah, Pat Curling just wants to go home.
He does.
It's a Sunday night.
Yeah, of course. So stick around with us, though. Not too long for the final presentations. And what an action-packed men's elimination that one was. So much going on. Threw in a crash as well from Tom, and incredible that he was able to go on and get the win. It just shows that we kept talking about the transition from sprint group to endurance group, but he's crashed as well. The elimination's a really tough race. So he's got to be a real tough character to get back up, to want to get back there and continue on, and to put all that pain into the back of his mind and just focus on the pain that's going through the muscles from lactic acid and not worry about the road rash or the track burn that he had. So showing really good character. Tom Cornish, really happy to see it. Kurt Ether almost got over the top to defend the title.
And the Lion, Max Liebknecht, with a long flowing perm, I think you called it.
Yeah.
I think it's naturally curly, but, if you say perm, people understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, they know, yeah. Well, hey, we're going to ask him. Maybe that's his thing. It's his bag. The first Monday of every month he goes in and gets a perm.
First Monday of every month.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know the frequency at which one would get a... Ooh, what's that? Could that be from the crank that
what
broke?
Is that?
Or could that be from...
That's... Oh, yeah, so that's a nut. That's an Allen key head.
Ooh.
So a bolt head. So I think that's the bolt that clamps that James Brister's crank on. So he snapped the bolt.
Onto the bottom bracket.
Onto the spindle, the bottom bracket spindle. So there you go.
A good
breakage.
find.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Tom Cornish again. He really goes into fetal position
to
slide down.
Yeah. Take back what I said about him being tough. Straight into the fetal position. Absolutely. And this is where Kurt, great move. Best thing to get ahead of Tom Cornish. He was looking for a short sprint because of his extra power that we know. And I tell you what, the temptation, anyone that's raced at the highest level wanted to turn left just as he got past his handlebars.
Well, I mean, I think he probably knew from what had happened in the elimination that the commissaires weren't particularly tolerant.
Yeah. If you're still going to get the silver medal, maybe go for it.
Yeah,
but if you're DQ'd from the race and you lose it all, maybe not.
Yeah.
I would have gone past and just put a finger in that hip or the elbow to see if there was a reaction.
Yeah, some raw skin for Tom Cornish.
Kira Will, last one to come and sit down. Bronze medal in the points race for the women. And I think they might be the first ones to come up, are they? Bit of a shuffle there, Olivia. Barking orders, getting them all ready for this final medal ceremony. Now, the Junior National Championships, this is day 2 for them, so they continue over the next few days. It's not part of our nightly broadcast on SBS On Demand, but so good to have those under 15s and 17s, at least in parts of the program over the last 2 nights of the Elite Championships.
And everybody who has a 52 chainring on their road bike, chuck it in the 16, see how fast you can sprint, and then you'll get a bit of a feel for...
That has come up quite a bit, actually, in terms of gearing, because 52.16 was the gearing we used to race in the 6 days on the 166-metre tracks in Europe. So it was really small, especially by the standards that they use these days. But on the really tiny tracks, the 166, it was kind of standard through the 70s and 80s into the 90s that everyone basically rode the same gear. That started to change towards the end of my 6-day career, but yep, 52.16, 87.7, that was the standard on the really little tracks.
And we just saw some pink shirts in the crowd. They are the family of Jenna Gallagher, who got a medal in the under-17 time trial.
All the partners of AusCycling for the National Championships. As we go to the men's team sprint presentations. Big Byron Davies, Queensland, are the first one to come out.
Presentation.
He's got Ryan Elliott and Mitch Louis.
Board member of AusCycling to assist us.
And the medal's being presented by Richie Bates, who's a board member of AusCycling.
Popular name, Bates. So the Victorians picking up the bronze medal.
Winners of the bronze medal, Victoria.
So he's Sam Gallagher, Nicholas Papadakis, Isaac Byrne and Jade Madden.
So they had a combination change. Papadakis rode only the second round. The other trio, the first and the final medal round.
Good to see Jade Madden up there, fighting hard for a number of years out of Central Victoria, and the Madden family very well known within the cycling community in Castlemaine and Bendigo. Queensland picking up the silver medal, Mitchell Louis, Byron Davies and Ryan Elliott. Elliott, a medalist at the World Championships in this discipline last year for Australia.
Byron.
Multiple combination changes to try and find the optimal combination in the end for all of these teams, actually, including South Australia. So Max Niebleck, Tate Ryan and James Brister. And James, we've found your Allen key bolt if you need it back. It'll be pretty useless, though.
One for the cabinet, perhaps.
And there's the Tate Ryan smile that we have come to love. It's either on or off with Tate.
I think he and Sophie Edwards should be on a Colgate ad.
Yep. And definitely, so I've just noticed, when he smiles, there's also the thigh flex. I think the mouth and the thighs are connected with Tate Ryan.
There it is.
What a ride it was. And that's the snap. So the bolt snapped, crank came off, and he is so lucky that he stayed upright. And as I did mention earlier, particular private parts of the body were not affected, and they often are when something like that happens.
South Australian boys, 5th win in a row for the state. How happy are you to continue that dynasty?
Yeah, no, it's a really cool feeling. It's really good riding with these boys. We obviously train together, so we came into a fair bit of confidence, so it was really good to pull it off.
And James, obviously a bit of a fright there on the start lap. What happened?
We think there was a bolt that just like let go, wasn't high enough tensile, and the whole crank just like disintegrated, sort of just like bent on itself, and let go. So I was rolling around with one crank on my foot and got that sorted and came back out and then got the job done. But yeah, not the ideal start, but yeah, it's all right.
So you reset mentally, you were good to go, calm?
Yeah, a little shook up, a little sore here and there, but no, we got it done in the end. So yeah.
And Max, another solid run there in Man 1. You happy with your ride?
Yeah, I was pretty happy. P3 for the first ride, so that was good fun. Back to the roots, gave that a whirl, and happy I didn't have to do another 2. So it was good fun to ride with the boys, put it together, especially the same team we rode at Oshie's. So just to go again was good fun.
Congratulations, boys. Thank you.
Good bunch of lads from South Australia, super fast as well. So Josh Davies doing the interviews for us, the brother of Big Bad Byron Davies. We saw getting the medals. He's not bad, he's a good bloke, as is Josh.
It just rolls off the tongue. Big Bad Byron Davies.
Yeah, well, Josh is part of the media team here, putting out all the photos that Con Cronus has been able to produce, putting it out to all of the media outlets around the world and the social media. Women's points race now. Kira Will from New South Wales. Certainly outnumbered in terms of the South Australians that she was racing against. So a really good performance from her to get herself up into the bronze medal. Sophie Edwards won the individual pursuit and the team pursuit this week. Silver now in the points race. And double gold in the individual bunch races for Riley McMullen. Won the scratch race, now winning the points race. Team pursuit gold as well for her and Sophie. Wonderful week it's been for the South Australians.
And aside from Lauren Bates last week, South Australia have really had a stronghold on this event over the last years. Chloe Moran winning for 2 years on the trot as well. So well done to Riley McMullen. She's keeping the tradition going.
Yep, great performance. I see Josh getting himself into position to have the interview with our points race national champ.
Nats?
Definitely not, no.
And talk us through your ride, another strong, controlled South Australian team effort, we can say, but you were super strong out there. Were you looking for laps the whole time?
Yeah, I love a points race. I love a hard points race. So, yeah, we went in with the plan to make it really hard, and I think we did that with all the girls. Yeah, it couldn't have been anyone on top, I think, today.
And that last lap gain, were you just hanging on, or were you legs were still strong?
No, Sophie came by, and we knew that it would come down to the last sprint, and she was like, come on, let's go. We had a big gap, and I don't know how many laps, maybe 3 laps we gained a lap. So, yeah, it was nice to not let it come down to the sprint.
Oh, terrific. You look good in that jersey. Thank you.
More medal presentation to come. And that was from the men's elimination. And luckily, the winner got to cover up the wounds that he incurred, Tom Cornish. So he'll have the national champion's jersey on it. Let's hope he doesn't bleed into it. That would be terrible. As we look back at that points race. Alyssa Pilates was prominent early on. Riley McMullen there, second in that particular sprint. What a great ride it was from her.
It was really, from the first get-go, a sensational race for the elite women.
Well, we do have the presentations for the elite men's elimination now. Ryan Koroknai, he thought he was out at one point in the race, stayed in and got himself a bronze medal. So sensational ride from him. Kurt Ether from New South Wales just continues to get better and better. But hats off to this man, Tom Cornish. Blooded, bleeding, and a gold medalist. We get the adrenaline rush, but you don't know exactly how bad the body is affected. Tomorrow and the next day, it's when it really is going to hurt him.
Yeah, and adrenaline rushes can also run out mid-race. Yeah. So, you know, it was always a wait-and-see kind of moment, but he was sensational in the end.
Well, Josh gets to talk to our man from the elimination.
Took a spin, still held on. Talk us through it, a bit of adrenaline.
Yeah, just
made a bit of a mistake at the start. Just was trying to reposition and sort of wasn't watching the wheel in front of me, and just came down. But luckily I just was just a little bit of skin, and the bike was fine, and I was fine, and I was able just to get back in, and was probably a little bit more cautious after that, I think. So just sort of rode it from the back and was just trying to watch where everyone was, and was happy to make to the end, and almost didn't have enough to get through, but I was lucky to just be able to hold on.
And you've stood on this box before, but this is your first endurance title. It's a nice milestone.
Yeah, definitely. I think I can't even remember the last time I won a national title, so to be able to do it in my first year as an endurance rider, I'm pretty happy with that.
Awesome. Well, great ride tonight, Tom. Thank you.
Great ride from Tom Cornish. I'll be fascinated to see what happens. We've got Commonwealth Games selection coming up this year. Team Pursuit's what he's after. That was the crash. To be able to get up from that and go on to win. Quite extraordinary. So we'll see how he progresses. The change from sprint to endurance has been about getting into the Team Pursuit program. So we'll see how he progresses.
He's certainly done very well. What they're doing in the middle now to wrap up what has been the Under-19 and Elite Championships is the Champion State gets presented. And so Queensland has won that. And there you can see the riders just making their way over to the podium to accept that trophy as the most successful state. Rowan Hayden-Smith is the first on the left of screen onto the podium. Byron Davies makes his way up, fresh off a podium too.
Yeah, victory celebration there, and then immediately grabbed his hammy, his right hammy. Might have pulled a hammy there, Byron. Careful, big man. So Queensland, the best of all of the states. Home track advantage, but don't worry about that. It's been a long time that Queensland has been this dominant. Back when I was riding for Queensland, we were never winning the overall state championship. So great to see the Maroon up there. Likewise, when it's State of Origin, always good when the Maroon are on top. Kate Bates, isn't that right?
It is if you're a Queenslander.
Well, you're supporting the Maroon tonight. It won't be going on Instagram, will it? No doubt.
No.
Being the Blues.
Yes.
So well done to Queensland.
Champion State. It's been a sensational week of racing. It really has. So many we haven't seen that before moments. And I think the men's elimination with some headbutts, some sharp elbows, some disqualification, that really kind of wrapped up what's been a sensational but a crazy week of racing.
Well, that does finish all of the official ceremonies for the AusCycling Track National Championships. We leave you with the winning state, Queensland. I'm Scott McGrory. Thanks so much for joining. And Kate Bates, thanks for having you along for the ride for the last 6 days as well. Good luck to the under-15s and under-17s, the juniors, as they continue their championships over the next couple of days. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Good night.
Brisbane to me is just about trying something new.
You've got world-class restaurants, super delicious, lots of flavours.
Everywhere you go, there's great nightlife. It's laid back, and we're just hanging out in the sunshine.
Just walking around and having so much nature is insane to me.
Beautiful sky, beautiful weather. So much to do. You'll just never be bored.
I think Brisbane's for
Anybody.
anyone. Whoever.
It's lively, it's fun.
Brisbane definitely favours the bold.
100%.
Yeah.